ใช่ไหมเนี่ยโอ้โหโกหกตั้งแต่เช้าเลยนะสวัสดีทุกท่านนะคะขอต้อนรับเข้าสู่งาน GC Sustainable Living Symposium 2023 We Are Gen S ค่ะโอ้โหสุดยอดงี้น้องๆที่กำลังจะออกมาต้องดีใจแน่ๆเลยใช่ไหมแนะนำตัวเองก่อนเลยนะคะพี่จ้าจ๋าเองค่ะพริมรตาเดชอุดมแสงสิงแก้วนะคะวันนี้พี่จะมาทำหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรในการพาทุกท่านน้องๆทุกคนนะคะไปเรียนรู้ทั้งแนวคิดและก็แนวทางปฏิบัติในแบบ Gen S มีใครรู้บ้างว่า Gen S นี่คืออะไรรู้หมดทุกคนเลยใช่ไหม Gen S นะคะก็คือ Generation Sustainability นะคะเป็นการใช้ชีวิตอย่างยั่งยืนเราจะเป็นชาวที่เราจะมีชีวิตแบบยั่งยืนนะพวกเราจะเป็น Gen S กันทุกคนเลยไม่ว่าจะอายุเท่าไหร่อาชีพอะไรนะคะซึ่งวันนี้ค่ะเราจะไปเรียนรู้เรื่องนี้กันจากเอ็กซ์เพรสตัวจริงเลยนะคะทั้งในประเทศและก็ต่างประเทศเพื่อสร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้ทุกคนได้มีส่วนร่วมในการใช้ชีวิตแบบยั่งยืนหรือว่า sustainable living นั่นเองค่ะวันนี้เนี่ยที่พี่จ๋าต้องออกมานะเพราะว่าโลกของเรากำลังจะเดือดเรากำลังจะอยู่ไม่ได้ถ้าเราไม่ร่วมกันแก้ไขปัญหาอย่างเร่งด่วนของโลกใบนี้โอ้โหไหมเป็นอย่างนั้นจริงๆนะคะถ้าเกิดว่าพวกเราไม่ร่วมกันแก้ไขตั้งแต่วันนี้เนี่ยโลกเราเดือดแน่ๆแล้วเราจะไม่มีศิลปินน่ารักให้เราได้ดูอ่ะใช่ไหมเราจะทำไหมทำ ทุกคนสามารถเป็น Gen S ได้จริงๆค่ะไม่ว่าจะอายุเท่าไหร่อาชีพอะไรอย่างที่พี่จ๋าบอกไปนะคะเราสามารถจะมีส่วนร่วมในการสร้างโลกที่ดีขึ้นได้ค่ะซึ่งวันนี้นะคะเป็นวันที่2ของงานแล้วค่ะซึ่งในงานก็จะมีกิจกรรมต่างๆเยอะมากเลยนะคะเป็นกิจกรรมที่เกี่ยวกับการใช้ชีวิตแบบยั่งยืนให้ทุกท่านน้องๆทุกคนพี่ๆเพื่อนๆนะคะได้ชมภายใน Royal Paragon Hall แห่งนี้นะคะรวมถึงมีการเสวนาด้วยวันนี้เรามีถึง3เซสชันด้วยกันนะคะณเขาเรียกว่า Gen S Stage แห่งนี้ที่พี่สาวยืนอยู่นี่คือ Gen S Stage นะคะในคอนเซปต์ที่ว่า everyday sustainability เพราะว่าความยั่งยืนเนี่ยเป็นเรื่องที่ใกล้ตัวมากกว่าที่คิดซึ่งงานวันนี้ค่ะเราก็ได้รับเกียรติจาก
Today we have an honor from a lot of speakers who will be sharing their lifestyle and inspiration on how to live sustainably. And actually it's something that we all can practice, whether it's about eating, traveling, is to prove that everybody can be a part of this sustainable. And in this morning, we're gonna start with, first of all, we have to eat, right? We have to be full first. Have you all had breakfast? You can all go for breakfast first. So the first session will be about eating. How can we eat that will benefit ourselves, our health, and the society? So we have speakers from the food manufacturing experts, as well as packaging, as well as an influencer. She is a very cute lady, and she's really interested in healthy food. In the afternoon, we have speakers who's Kun Tei's fan club. Kun Tei from Matalada. So we have to live sustainable, and it is possible. We have to learn how to live sustainable. And if you are the fan club of Kun Tik Jesadaporn, I am also Kun Tik Jesadaporn fan club. Even if I finish my MC, I will still stay to meet Kun Tik. He'll be talking about low carbon tourism, which is these informations you all can practice all these good informations. And this is all that we'll be discussing about today. There are so many activities, discussions, panel, but very soon, you guys are all turning the camera from me. This is the time where everybody's been waiting for. Can I hear a bit more? Can you be? Who are you waiting for? Who are you waiting for? Are you ready for LYKN?
วันนี้อากาศดีนะเฮ้ยเธออยากไปที่ไหนป่ะเหนื่อยไหมหรือเป็นยังไงอยากรู้ได้เปล่า
ไม่มีสัญญาณตอบรับไม่มี reaction กลับไม่มี
ฉันก็ไม่พูดฉันก็ไม่รู้
ตรงนี้ก็ไม่บอกงั้นนี่ก็ไม่ตอบฉันก็คิดไม่ออก oh no
เธอมีคำตอบหรือว่าฉันต้องพอ
ได้แค่เท้าไป
เธอตอบมาแค่บรรยากาศก็คืนแบบนี้ไม่ค่อยดี
ถามว่าเป็นอะไรก็บอกไม่เป็นอะไร
ถามว่าเป็นอะไรก็บอกไม่ถูกตอบมาแค่แต่ว่าฉันเริ่มซึมคงถึงเราบนสวยได้ช่วยด้วย help me please ใครก็ได้ช่วยด้วย help me please LYKN โอ้ย emergency เลยดิแบบนี้สถานการณ์มีอาการว่าชีวิตเจอไม่แฮปปี้อยากจะดีกับเธอสักทีแต่ปัญหามีอยู่ตรงที่ฉันได้ไม่รู้สินี่ว่าฉันนั้นขอโทษเธอไงเพราะยังไม่รู้ในสว่าเธอโปรดตรงไหนพร้อมทำทุกทางที่เธอน่าจะให้อภัย cause เชื่อในวันที่สำคัญในมาแล้ว
เป็นไม่ก็ไม่บอกงอนหรือก็ไม่ตอบฉันก็คิดไม่ออก oh no
เธอมีคำตอบหรือว่าฉันต้องพอได้แค่ถามไปเธอตอบมาแค่บรรยากาศก็คืนแบบนี้ไม่ค่อยดี
ถามว่าเป็นอะไรก็บอกไม่เป็นอะไร
ถามว่าเป็นอะไรก็บอกไม่ถูกตอบมาแค่แต่ว่าฉันเริ่มซึมคงถึงเราบนสวยใครก็ได้ช่วยด้วย help me please เธอตอบมาแค่บรรยากาศก็ครึ่งแบบนี้ไม่ค่อยดี
ถามว่าเป็นอะไรก็บอกไม่เป็นอะไร
ถามว่าเป็นอะไรก็บอกไม่ถูกตอบมาแค่แต่ว่าฉันเริ่มซึมคงถึงเราต้องสวยใครก็ได้ช่วยด้วย help me pleaseก็ได้ช่วยด้วย help me please
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับ
โอ้ยเหนื่อย
มาแนะนำตัวกันหน่อย
มาเลย
แล้วเดี๋ยวค่อยหอบทีหลัง
โอเค
วิลเลจิโน่สวัสดีครับพวกเราLYKNครับสวัสดีครับวิลเลียมLYKNครับ
สวัสดีครับเลโก้LYKNครับ
สวัสดีครับนัทLYKNครับสวัสดีครับพงษ์LYKNครับ
สวัสดีครับตุ้ยLYKNครับวอร์มเสียงมาดีนะ
บอกจริงๆบอกเลยว่าวันนี้เนี่ยผมอยากจะชื่นชมทุกคนนะครับเพราะว่าวันนี้งานเช้ามากๆนะครับแล้วก็พวกเราก็ทุกคนสามารถมาดูพวกเราได้ก็ชื่นชมมากๆตบมือเขาให้ตัวเองหน่อยเก่งมากโอ้โห
เวลานี้วันเสาร์ไม่ตื่นนะครับพูดตรงๆแต่วันนี้ทุกคนดูเอนจอยมากและพวกเราก็เตรียมพร้อมมากครับที่จะมาว่าความสุขกับทุกคนในวันนี้ก็เตรียมตัวรับมือให้ทันนะครับผม
ใช่แต่ไม่รู้ว่าทุกคนในที่นี้รู้จักเพลงเมื่อกี้หรือเปล่าครับ
เฮ้ย
ผมถือว่าอาจจะยังไม่มีใครรู้จักก็ได้
อยากพูดแหละ
ก็
โอเค
บอกก่อนว่าเพลงเมื่อกี้นะครับเป็นซิงเกิลล่าสุดของไลแคนนั่นเองครับชื่อเพลงว่าอืมนั่นเองนะครับผมก็สามารถไปรับชมได้ทาง YouTube Lizer Music นะครับผม
แต่วันนี้เราไม่พูดพร่ำทำเพลงเหรอเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวไปโชว์ต่อไปเลยกับเพลง
รักแรกครับ
วันนี้ในปีที่เราได้ใช้ชีวิตด้วยกันเธอจำได้ไหมอะไรที่เราเคยผ่านยิ้มและหัวเราะด้วยกันทะเลาะกันบางครั้งแต่มันก็ดีเท่าว่าไหม
จะเป็นยังไงแต่ฉันไม่ทำเหมือนเก่าเราจะยังรักกันหรือเปล่าถ้าไม่ปล่อยมือกันเธอกับฉันวันนี้จะเป็นอย่างไร
รักมันลืมยากฉันคงลืมยากแม้จะนานเท่าไรไม่มีวันที่จะจางหายเธอสบายดีไหมเป็นคำถามที่ยังคงวนอยู่ซ้ำๆอยากรู้แค่เพียงเธออยู่ตรงนั้นที่ไม่มีฉันชีวิตจะเป็นไงคิดถึงกันบ้างไหมส่วนฉันก็คิดถึงเธออยู่ซ้ำๆก็หวังแค่เพียงเธออยู่ตรงนั้นจะสุขใจกว่าฉันอยากให้เธอยิ้มได้เหมือนเก่าเหมือนตอนเรารักกันรู้บ้างไหมว่าฉันคิดอยู่เสมอถ้ามีโอกาสได้รักเธอใหม่จะกอดเธอไว้ไม่ปล่อยเธอหายไปอีกเลยภาพของเรายังชัดเจนยังเล่นอยู่ในใจฉันเหมือนกับภาพยนตร์ฉายมันวนอยู่ซ้ำๆไม่เคยจะเปลี่ยนแม้เธอไม่อยู่ฉันยังวนเวียนถึงแม้จะรู้ว่าไม่มีทางย้อนไป
รักมันลืมยากฉันก็ลืมยากแม้จะนานเท่าไร
ไม่มีวันที่จะจางหายเธอสบายดีไหมเป็นคำถามที่ยังคงวนอยู่ซ้ำๆอยากรู้แค่เพียงเธออยู่ตรงนั้นที่ไม่มีฉันชีวิตจะเป็นไงคิดถึงกันบ้างไหมส่วนฉันก็คิดถึงเธออยู่ซ้ำๆก็หวังแค่เพียงเธออยู่ตรงนั้นจะสุขใจกว่าฉันอยากให้เธอยิ้มได้เหมือนเก่าเหมือนตอนเรารักกันในวันที่ไม่มีเรายังมีทุกความทรงจำแค่เพียงได้คิดถึงเธอสบายดีไหมเป็นคำถามที่ยังคงวนอยู่ซ้ำๆอยากรู้แค่เพียงเธออยู่ตรงนั้นที่ไม่มีฉันชีวิตจะเป็นไงคิดถึงกันบ้างไหมส่วนฉันก็คิดถึงเธออยู่ซ้ำๆก็หวังแค่เพียงเธออยู่ตรงนั้นจะสุขใจกว่าฉันอยากให้เธอยิ้มได้เหมือนเก่าเหมือนตอนเรารักกัน
อยู่เฉยๆก็น่ารักเธอทำได้ยังไงนะยิ้มเบาๆแค่อยากรู้จัก อยากรู้จักตัวฉันคง
อยู่เฉยๆไม่ได้แล้ว Would you please be mine ขอเป็นแฟนเธอเลยได้เปล่าได้หรือเปล่าเปลี่ยน status รอเธอไว้แล้วเลยสายตาที่มองเธอทำให้ฉันแทบละลายแค่เพียงเธอยิ้มดึงมนต์สะกดให้หวันไหว
ใช้คำว่าน่ารักจังได้เปลืองเกินไปหากใครไว้ไปก่อนคนทางนี้โดนตรงนะ
พยายามจะไม่คิดไปไกลแต่ก็ห้ามไม่ได้สักทียิ่งนี้ยิ่งคิดถึงเธอมาทุกทีอยู่เฉยๆก็น่ารักเธอทำได้ยังไงนะยิ้มเบาๆก็อยากรู้จักตัวฉันคงอยู่เฉยๆไม่ได้แล้ว Would you please be mine ขอเป็นแฟนเธอเลยได้เปล่าได้หรือเปล่าเป็น status รอเธอไว้แล้วปลาวานยังเคยเตือนเธอเลยยังมีคลื่นส่วนผมก็มีแค่คุณได้ป่ะช่วยว่างให้เธอแล้วอีกนิดของตุยแล้วทำไมถึงน่ารักจัง
เห็นเธอเลยอยากจิ้มก็เธอมันดูนุ่มนิ่มไม่อยากจะแค่มองแต่อยากจะขอจองต้องรับบัตรคิวที่ไหนก่อน
พยายามจะไม่คิดไปไกลแต่ก็ห้ามไม่ได้สักทียิ่งดียิ่งคิดถึงเธอมาทุกทีอยู่เฉยๆก็น่ารักเธอทำได้ยังไงนะยิ้มเบาๆแค่อยากรู้จักตัวฉันคงอยู่เฉยๆไม่ได้แล้ว Would you please be mine ขอเป็นแฟนเธอเลยได้เปล่าได้หรือเปล่าเป็น status รอเธอไว้แล้วเลยเฉยๆทำไมน่ารักจัง
ยังไหวกันอยู่ไหมครับผมเพลงชื่ออยู่เฉยๆก็น่ารักแต่เต้นทั้งเพลงเลย เหนื่อยเหมือนกันนะเป็นเพลงน่ารักที่เหนื่อยมากครับก็ยังไม่จบแค่นี้แน่ๆครับผมแต่ก็ก่อนที่จะไปช่วงพาร์ทสุดท้ายก็อยากจะขอบคุณงานก่อนครับผมก็ขอบคุณงาน CG มากๆเลยนะครับที่วันนี้ให้พวกเรานะครับได้มามอบความสุขกับทุกคนในยามเช้าวันหยุดอย่างนี้ บอกได้เลยว่าพวกเราแฮปปี้สุดๆแฮปปี้ก็ทุกคนแฮปปี้ไหมครับวันนี้ใครที่ดูไลฟ์สดอยู่ตอนนี้แฮปปี้ไหมครับเฮ้ยตอบได้ไงอ่ะ
อ้าวเราดูไลฟ์สดด้วยเหรอ
ดูนี่แล้วดูในไลฟ์ในมือถือด้วยเหรอสุดยอด
ไม่คือจะได้มีหลายมุมไง
multitasking
แต่ว่าเพลงต่อไปที่เราจะเล่นน่ะมันเป็นเพลงที่แบบอยากจะถามเพื่อนๆทุกคนก่อนว่าสมมติถ้ามีคนทำให้เพื่อนๆทุกคนเสียใจเนี่ยแกจะยอมเลิกกับเขาแล้วให้เราเหงาเป็นเพื่อนหรือเปล่า
นี่
ยอมไหมตอบมาชัดขนาดนี้เราไปเล่นกันเลยดีกว่า
เราไปเริ่มกันเลยครับ
ฉันไม่รู้ไม่เคยกล้าเดาว่าเธอรักเขามากเท่าไรแต่ฉันแค่รู้และก็แน่ใจว่าคุณนั้นไม่ได้รักเธอ
เขาโลเลไม่มั่นคงแต่เธอกำลังเลตัดไม่ลงแล้วฉันลองเอาตัวเข้ามาข้องเกี่ยวกับเรื่องนี้ที่ง่ายความเดียวดายทำให้ใจเธอคิดมากแต่ที่ในความเป็นจริงฉันจะทิ้งก็ไม่ยากแค่พูดว่าเลิกเจอคนไม่จริงใจยังไงก็ต้องเลิกผิดคนไม่ก็แค่นั้นยังเธอนะหาใครที่ดีได้มากกว่านั้นเก็บน้ำตาเธอไว้เลยเก็บเอาไว้เอาไปใช้ลดน้ำตั้งนานและเกิดเขาเดียวเงาเป็นเพื่อน ฉันนั่งเศร้าด้วยคนเดียวฉันก็ชักเหงาขึ้นมาพอดี
นะขอเหงาเป็นเพื่อนกับเธอ
ให้ป่ะเธอจะโอเคถ้าเธอเริ่มเบื่อที่ไม่รู้ฉันดูแลเธอก็ได้how to ลืมคนไม่จริงใจคือการลองมองหาคนใหม่หาใครไม่เจอจะลองมองไกลๆมองเสก
มีบางคนที่ตามติดเธอประจำมีความจริงให้เธอหนึ่งคำอยากให้เธอได้ฟังจริงจัง baby
เขามันโคตรแบดมาทำเธอแซดทำฉันโคตรแมดคิดจุอาสาทุขอให้เธอเจอคนดีๆเพราะเดี๋ยวเธอเองก็ต้องมาเจอฉันจะเป็นไหลให้เธอพิงจะเป็นหมอนให้เธออิงจะคอยเอนเตอร์เทนกรุงกริงอยู่กับเขาไม่โอเคแต่ว่าฉันนั้นโอเครับรองไม่เกเรมุ้งมิ้งเธอรักใครผิดคนไม่ก็แค่นั้นยิ่งเธอในหาใครที่ดีนี่มากกว่านั้นเก็บน้ำตาเธอไว้เลยเก็บเอาไว้ใช้รดน้ำต้นไม้เลิกกับเขาเดียวเหงาเป็นเพื่อนเอาไปคือฉันนั่งเศร้าด้วยคนเดียวฉันก็ชักเหงาขึ้นมาพอดี
นะขอเหงาเป็นเพื่อนกับเธอ
ให้ป่ะเธอจะโอเคถ้าเธอเริ่มเบื่อที่ไม่รู้ฉันดูแลเธอก็ได้เป็นเพื่อนเอาป่ะก็ฉันนั่งเศร้าด้วยคนเดียวฉันก็ชักเหงาขึ้นมาพอดีนะขอเหงาเป็นเพื่อนกับเธอให้ป่ะเธอจะโอเคถ้าเธอเริ่มเบื่อที่เดียวฉันดูแลเธอกับเขาเดียวเหงาเป็นเพื่อนเอาป่ะก็ฉันนั่งเศร้าด้วยคนเดียวฉันก็ชักเหงาขึ้นมาพอดีนะขอเหงาเป็นเพื่อนกับเธอให้ป่ะเธอจะโอเคถ้าเธอเริ่มเบื่อที่ไม่รู้ฉันดูแลเธอก็ได้ไม่รู้ว่าเริ่มเมื่อไรมันเริ่มที่ใครยังไงเรื่องนี้ไม่รู้ว่าเธอเข้ามาหรือว่าเป็นฉันเองที่เข้าไปอาจเป็นเพราะเรื่องบังเอิญที่ไม่บังเอิญที่ฉันไม่เข้าใจสิ่งที่ฉันรู้ก็เพียงตอนนี้มีเธอในหัวใจ
จะเป็นโชคชะตาด้วยความตั้งใจที่ดึงฉันและเธอให้มาใกล้ๆแต่ฉันคิดว่ามันถูกแล้วไงถ้าเราได้รักกัน
ไม่อยากให้ใครมาขั้นกลางขออยู่ข้างๆกันไปที่ไหนมีเธอก็ควรมีฉันเธอไม่ต้องไปมองไกลแค่หันมามองกันได้หรือเปล่าถ้าหากจะมีอะไรที่ขั้นตรงกลางระหว่างฉันและเธอก็ขอให้มีแค่คำว่ารักข้างเธอนั้นต้องมีฉันอยู่เพราะเราคู่กันอาจเป็นเพราะเรื่องบังเอิญที่ไม่บังเอิญที่ฉันไม่เข้าใจสิ่งที่ฉันรู้ก็เพียงตอนนี้มีเธอในหัวใจ โชคชะตาด้วยความตั้งใจที่ดึงฉันและเธอให้มาใกล้ๆแต่ฉันคิดว่ามันถูกแล้วไงถ้าเราได้รักกันพบกันมาไม่อยากให้ใครมาข้างกลางขออยู่ข้างๆกันไปที่ไหนมีเธอก็ควรมีฉันเธอไม่ต้องไปมองไกลแค่หันมามองกันได้หรือเปล่าถ้าหากจะมีอะไรที่ขั้นตรงกลางระหว่างฉันและเธอก็ขอให้มีแค่คำว่ารักข้างเธอนั้นต้องมีฉันเพราะอะไรนะเพราะว่าเราคู่กันสุดยอดโจโจพรึบโจสุดท้ายแล้วจริงๆแล้วนะพร้อมกันไม่อยากให้ใครมาข้างกลางขออยู่ข้างๆกันไปที่ไหนมีเธอก็ควรมีฉันเธอไม่ต้องไปมองไกลแค่หันมามองกันได้หรือเปล่าถ้าหากจะมีอะไรที่ขั้นตรงกลางระหว่างฉันและเธอก็ขอให้มีแค่คำว่ารักข้างเธอนั้นต้องมีฉันอยู่เพราะเราคู่กัน
ว่าทุกคนครับสนุกไหมฮะดังขึ้นหน่อยขึ้นหน่อยสนุกไหมครับถ้าสนุกงั้นไรแค่ถือว่าเราสำเร็จแล้วงั้นสำหรับวันนี้พวกเราบ๊ายบายบ๊ายบายครับลืมนัดอะครับผมเย้
ไลแคนค่ะ
ขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ
สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีครับ
พี่จ๋าเข้าใจทุกคนละ
Now I know why you guys are all crazy about these guys. So let's give them a little break. And I understand you. LYKN is so bright and cheerful. So how is it today?
ชอบไลแคนแล้วพี่ชอบไหมชอบพี่ไหม
ชอบครับ
โอเค วันนี้เรามาอยู่ในงาน GC
Today we're in Gen S GC Sustainable Symposium. So I would like you all to invite all the audience to become Gen S. I will represent LYKN. We need everybody to speak. I need to hear you guys, all of you. So I would like to invite everyone to become one of the Gen S. We might come from different generations or maybe we're from the same generation. But I would like to invite all of you to become Gen S because at the moment it's not just global warming, we're facing global boiling. So I'd like to invite all of you to help, for example, food waste. We have to reduce waste or reduce plastic, single plastics. That might help a lot. So I would like to invite you all to become Gen S. I'm in my second year in uni. No, I haven't graduated. I'm only in my second year yet. And I study sustainability. So as Nat has just mentioned, that reduce food waste, like just finish your own dish, is already helping because we reduce the food waste. It takes time for food waste or organic waste to compost, and the process to produce food require a lot of energy. So reducing food waste is something that we all can do, and that's a good start. Even though it's a very small step and everybody overlooks that small step, but I think that if we all start just by ourselves, we can create a big difference, and we can provide a better future for our future generation. I really recommend that if you order some food and you don't finish it, don't worry, call me, I'll go and help you. Are you guys ready to join them for lunch? So yeah, that is one of the very interesting thing about food waste. Next, I would like to we all have Gen S in ourselves. I think we all have to be Gen S for the future world as well. We're all Gen S. Like now we see where there's bin, we have separate bins for different kind of waste. So at least if we know how to properly dispose our waste, that's already helping. From global warming or global boiling to be a better, nice, livable world. I like you most. This is my favorite one. So as one individual, I think it's everybody's duty to make this world better, but maybe we lack motivation. So I think we should motivate each other. We should start together and make this world a better place to be. Yeah, we should help inspire each other. So I think it's waste segregation is good, or finish your food. And if our world become less warm, we will be the warmth for your heart. Are you guys ready to do as recommended by Lincoln? So first of all, we have to segregate waste and finish our food, and that should help reduce global warming and global boiling. And especially we have to inspire ourselves. The most important thing is nothing will change if we don't start from ourselves. And you'll probably be inspired from this event. So walk around and look at the exhibition. And the next session, I think a lot of people are waiting for. It's what we call Wi-Fi. I don't know what's a Wi-Fi. I only know a selfie. So Wi-Fi is like a photo session with all of you. We as W-E. Thanks for explaining. I was wondering what's Wi-Fi. So you all have to post in this Wi-Fi. What do we have to say? LYKN สมการกุ้งกิ่ง What is that? Okay, let's Wi-Fi with LYKN.
ที่เป็นLYKNได้แล้วเนี่ย ไลค์อะไรนะ
So can you repeat that again?
ได้ค่ะ พี่ก็อยากจะอยู่เหมือนกันนะ แต่ว่าอายุพี่จะเกินอ่ะ ข้างหลังชูมือหน่อยชูมือหน่อยชูมือหน่อยโอ้ยน่ารักมากLYKN สมการอะไรนะกุ้งกิ่งสมกิ่งกุ้งกู ขอเสียงกรี๊ดได้กับ LYKN หน่อยเร็ว
Give a big hand to LYKN.
LYKN กรี๊ดดังๆว้าว โอ้โห ขอบคุณนะคะ ขอบพระคุณค่ะ
Thanks all of you. Okay. So we have to say goodbye now. Thank you for giving us a very nice morning.
ขอบพระคุณครับน่ารักมากเป็นแฟนคลับต้องชื่ออะไรนะไลยู
Okay, so fan club would we have to call like you. So that's a very nice, good start for our morning, and I wish you all would take his recommendation. And next session, Kun Pra is waiting for me. Kun Pra mic is not working, so that's great. I can still continue. So next session would be a panel discussion, and we'll be talking with Kun Pra regarding dieting, choose good food for us and good food for the world. And we have a lot of speakers today. They also have a page. So that page has a very good content, and it would explain everything in a very simple way so that we can understand. And they're already the owner of page, Pa is hungry. Can we have a hand for Kun Pra, please? Today I will be talking about eating. We have to discuss how can eating really impact us as well as impacting the world. So another, give a hand for Kun Pra once again. Thank you, Kun Cha. And thank you for the lovely artist that started a good morning for us. So any of you who are around, please join us in this discussion panel. Any of the fan clubs you would like to listen to what we're discussing, then I would like to invite you, because this is something that is really related to all of us. When Kun Cha was talking about eating well, what would that impact to us as well as the earth or the world? And today I would like to first of all introduce myself, Pra Primrada. I will be the MC for this panel talk. And for today, we have a lot of panel discussion about everyday sustainability, because actually sustainability is really related to us, as Kun Cha has already mentioned. That today we will first start about eating well. I love eating. Do you like eating? You do as well, right? I believe that we all like eating because that's the basic pleasure. We don't only eat once a day, we eat twice a day, 3 times a day. So today we'll find out how are we eating, especially for the Gen S, how can we eat as well as helping the world. On the topic of eating well for us and for the earth, I would like to invite the speaker up to meet with us, because today in this panel talk, there's not just me, but I would like to invite our speakers, and they're all really related to food industry. May I invite Mr. Pipat Pong Isara Na Ayutthaya, President and CEO Doi Kam Food Products Company Limited. And secondly, Mr. Vichit Anathep, Managing Director Pattaya Food Industries Limited. And the third speaker today, Mr. Sarod Putta Thammawong, Executive Vice President Marketing and Sales Industry Platform, PTT Global Chemical Public Company Limited, or GC. And I love it that we have signs, light signs for her. Is that your FC? Wow. We have science fair. And the last speaker today, as consumers, Miss Chon Rasami Ngam, television news anchors and moderator, Chon Rasami and VIP. So I'd like to invite you all on stage. We will be talking on the topic of eating well for us and for the earth. We're going to discuss it casually because we just want to know how eating can really impact on our health as well as the world. And if there is an impact, how can we use that impact to benefit the world? So we're going to start with, since our panel talk, we'll be talking about eating well for us and for the earth. So this discussion is very special. Do you know why? Because all of our speakers on stage today are from various sectors. We have Doicam food products from the food manufacturing sector, from Doicam and Pattaya food and industry. They will share in the aspect of the food producer and their perspective, as well as the packaging. From Mr. Sarod, can we have his signs up again, or the fan clubs? And this is from the packaging perspective. And lastly, from the consumer, like Kun Chon Ratsami, and as me as well, I'm the consumer as well. So we will be sharing our perspective and what we are doing and what does that impact the world. Maybe once we finish this panel, we would have an answer as to what we should do to help ourselves and the world. So before we start, I have one first question to ask the audience. This morning, what did you have for breakfast? Can we have one person to answer this question? What did you eat for breakfast? You didn't? Oh dear, are you hungry? No? Oh, that's good. So who already had the iced coffee we provide in the exhibition? Some still holding the iced coffee from Amazon. So in this one glass or one cup, what do you notice about receiving this one beverage? We can't just take the coffee in our hand. We need the cup, the packaging, the lid, and straw. We need all that so that we can have this cup of coffee. So the first thing we'll be discussing about is about packaging. So you know who's going to start? Mr. Sarod. This question is for you. I would like to know, as you are a packaging producer, and we know that all food we consume today needs packaging. We always have to buy food with the packaging. So for GC, do you have any kind of, what is the concept when you design your products or develop your products to be environmental friendly?
Thank you for the question. The first question is about packaging for food, which is called food packaging. GC has the concept of designing plastic, which is the raw material for packaging. We would take into consideration the environment, and it should meet the requirements that meet up with the trend of the world. We are concerned about decarbonization, climate change. What can we do to reduce carbon emissions? So we design the plastic that is environmentally friendly. When we think, we have to think about the whole concept. We have different kinds of different grades of plastic for many products. The first one is composable, which is bioplastic, or the plastic made from plants. In Thailand, would be from sugarcane. The advantage is it is biodegradable. When you see a cup of coffee, as Nong Prai just mentioned, the cup of coffee can be made from the plastic. And the advantage is once we finish up the drink, that can be can be buried underground. Please go back to the previous slide. According to the research from week 1 to week 54, the plastic made from bioplastic can be biodegradable. So it is the whole loop, the whole circle, starting from the plant, the plastic to be used as a coffee cup, which is biodegradable. And once it is drunk, it will be buried in the soil. So this is the whole loop for bioplastic. So it's really biocircular economy. I'm so happy about this because single-use plastic is the problem that has a big impact on the environment. And this is the solution. For the plastic packaging, which may sometimes may not use bioplastic, we would use some other types like PET bottles. The PET bottles, if we have the system of waste separation, it's not going to be garbage because that can be biodegradable, that can be recycled. We have the brand called Innoenvico. We would collect the PET bottles which have been used to be recycled as plastic. It's not PET bottles anymore. It's going to be called rPET. The advantage is it can reduce the use of plastic, and the qualifications would be exactly the same as PET bottles. And it would be certified by FDA, USA, Europe, and Thailand. If we go to the shop and buy a bottle of water, you can see the code that it comes from recycling products. So it should be the product of GC. No matter how much percentage, whether it's whatever percentage or 100%, this is the solution for sustainability. And finally, this the kind of packaging that no other things can replace. GC have been trying to develop the use of plastic and the reduction of plastic in monomaterials. It means the same grade of plastic. You may not understand this, like the Frito-Lay snack packaging. There would be many layers of film with different grades of plastic from different types of plastic. This is the problem for recycling because we would use a lot of energy. What GC does is we try to develop plastic of the same kind to replace other types of plastic, and that is called monoplastic material. And we have the process of collection so well that this can be recycled, and this is another solution. So we can realize that the packaging for goodies that we eat every day is not only garbage, but that cannot be recycled because it contains a lot of layers of plastic, and GC has been trying to develop solutions so that we can live an easier life, and that would have less impact on the world. You see, this is just one part of packaging. We want everyone to keep this in mind, that packaging has a lot of impact to the world. But we have solutions. What can we do to reduce the impact? And then after packaging is done, we would go to the manufacturer.
Hello. So we're gonna be talking about food manufacturing. As we know, Doi Kham receive a lot of the agriculturist products, and you process into good products which is delicious and environmental friendly. But I would like to know about the process. Since the consumers are more environmental concerned, So what we have been practicing, is that enough, or do we need to improve, or do we need to innovate more? So hello to all of the audience. For Doi Kam, in the back, the drop you can see. We are talking about ice pop. This is one of our innovation, and we have received so many awards for this product. Actually, ice pop has just been launched this year, but it was developed 2 years ago. Before we can launch one product, it's not that easy. Ice pop has a lot of story behind the product. First of all, we have to use fruit juice. What happened is we used to have high demand for fruit juice, but all of a sudden the demand reduced because people say that fruit juice is not good because it's high in sugar. So what are we going to change to? The product that has become more popular is beverage that has sugar and flavoring and coloring anyway. So it's really confusing when we want to promote fruit juice. You're talking about too much sugar, but you're already consuming other beverages that has a lot of sugar containing. This is the consumer behavior. So for us, it's very difficult to predict the consumers' demand. Are they really health concerned, or are they worried about the money in their pocket? So this is something that's really difficult for us. So ice pop is one of the solutions for our fruit juice product. So we feel that fruit juice is actually not harmful, not too harmful for the children, because children need a lot of energy. So that is why we launch ice cream. We launch fruit juice in an ice cream product. So first of all, we have to think how we're going to be able to capture the market for young consumers. So first of all, we have to design new packaging. We have to make sure that the packaging will attract the young targets. So I think that in a country like Thailand, which is very warm, ice cream should be a best solution. So we try to look for a partner. We have fruit juice. That is our strength. And we have to find someone who has the strength on producing ice cream. And this ice cream has to be transported in normal temperature. That is to reduce energy. That is one of our policy. We are trying to reduce energy. We are trying to promote green economy. So we are looking at selling ice cream products in room temperature, so that we have to try and solve transportation that we doesn't need, like freezing transportation. Then we have to find a solution to be able to sell the products without using a freezer. So it's a bit difficult because ice pop is not fully ice cream, but it's not fruit juice. So if you're looking for pop ice and you go into a supermarket, you have to ask them where we display our pop ice, because it's very different in supermarkets. We are trying to find the best place to display pop ice. And now we trying to solve the solution when consumers buy the products and take it back to have it at home. If you buy from Don Mueang and you want to take it to Lat Prao, just say Lat Prao to Asok, all ice cream will be melted, because it's so bad for the traffic as well. So this is what we have to incorporate in finding a solution. And that is how come we have developed this ice pop with Tetra paper packaging. We have these products, so we create waste. So we have to be responsible for the waste that we create. And it's not like we just have to pass on the responsibility to BMA. So for consumers who return the packaging, you will get a Bonbart voucher. It's like I call it a voucher or a coupon, which is worth 1 baht, and then you can use that to redeem. If you have 100 baht voucher, you can buy anything in Doi Kham worth 100 baht. So it doesn't mean that 1 baht from the ice pop packaging can only buy ice cream. You can buy anything in Doi Kham. This is what we call green marketing. Because sometimes when you come to a shop, they say that's 50% discount, that's 30% discount. Do you want it? Well, not really, but it's on discount, so might as well buy and then buy it and keep it at home until it expired. So this is not the right marketing way that we're trying to promote. So this 100 baht voucher that you have, whatever you want to buy in Doi Kham, you can buy. You just have to choose the product you're really going to eat or consume. This is the new marketing. Because if we just push people to buy products that they don't really need, then that's not the right solution. So once you finish eating ice pop, you have to keep the container or the packaging, wash and clean it, and then return it to us. You get 1 baht voucher. If you get 100 baht voucher, you can buy other products like our plum. So you don't have to buy products that you don't really need just because it's on discount. So I'm going to tell you that this is the story that we started, and then the process slowly, gradually comes to the recycling, upcycling process. And lastly, if you create the waste, if you generate the waste, you have to collect it, not push that responsibility to other people. Thank you very much.
Can you please give him a round of applause? After listening, I was so thrilled. This is an idea with the whole loop. I like to share with all the audience. Once I saw the ice pop, I wonder, I said, it's a wow, because it is very concerned about the environment. No need for refrigerator or freezing, so it doesn't have to go through any process. And after listening to Pipong today, they thought about all the whole aspects, not only one dimension, but from the very beginning to the end. And it takes into consideration, we don't produce anything, but we produce a thing and garbage, so we have to think of the whole loop. You see, only one product of Doi Kham with more than 200 products. Please give him a round of applause once again. I almost burst into tears. This is one of the manufacturers. Let's go to another manufacturer, Pattaya Food Group. But today, P. Vichit does not come from Pattaya, right? No. I live in Samut Sakhon. The word Pattaya Food Group, people may wonder what it is. But if you think about Nautilus tuna can, you see, this is one of the product lines under Pattaya Food Group. So today, let's talk about the concept, the same as Doi Kham. What kind of concept do you have for the manufacturing? Actually, I like the ways of thinking from Doi Kham. When we think about sustainability, garbage needs to be brought back to the manufacturer to be disposed properly or to be upcycling. I think that many organizations have motivation of bringing back the garbage. As for the Pattaya Food Group, we have the concept of trying to strengthen the quality of life of consumers in terms of sustainability. We set the target that by 2032, we have to reduce carbon emissions by 75%. So we come up with many projects, starting from the use of raw materials sustainably, the use of clean energy in the plants in Samut Sakhon and the other 2 plants in Vietnam. We use electricity, and we also improved the production method to be more efficient and to consume less energy. And We also use APR plastic in the process of manufacturing of Pattaya Food Group. Anyway, we believe that if we want to talk about the environment, the most important thing is the consciousness of people. How can we raise people awareness of this? We work in partnership with GC in Waste for Life project by inviting our staff at the company to take back the used bottles of water, and then this would be used as the fabric to produce the uniform for our staff. You mean the staff of Pattaya Food Group use recycled outfit, right? Yes. For initially we could collect more than 50,000 bottles, and we talked to GC that we want to increase the public awareness among people, especially the youth. We have Made for Life Project 2. We ask for collaboration from Wat Krong Kru School, which is next to Pattaya Food Group. We talked to the school director and started with Waste for Life Project 2. GC had the staff to educate students about waste separation, waste collection, and the use of waste. Students enjoyed themselves so much and invited their parents and teachers to join in the program. We could collect more than 20,000 bottles, 200,000 bottles for upcycling. And this can be transformed to sportswear for students. From the garbage that can be transformed to sportswear for students. At least this can raise awareness among the youth, among young generation. Actually, they have questions about how the bottles of water can be transformed to sportswear. Me too, because I kept wondering how this can be transformed. It has to go through the process, right? Yes. There's the process of converting plastic into fabric. Actually, we can do a lot of things. In addition to the sportswear, after talking to GC, this can be transformed to many other things as well. So recycling bottles, when we think about just throw them away, this actually can create value and reduce impact to the environment. As Doi Kam thought about how can we bring back the bottles, we need to have some method to motivate people to bring back the used bottles so that they would be disposed properly, or they could be used or produced to be something useful. This is the perspective of the manufacturer. Can you notice that what P. Wichit just said is not about the manufacturing of canned tuna, but in the process, they take into consideration the environment, and S, the activities with communities, and G for governance. This is the whole loop of ESG in all dimensions. So this is part of the manufacturers that talk to us. What do you think? Manufacturing, packaging, and then consumers, right? Yes. The two hungry people. Actually, I enjoy eating, and she said she enjoys eating too, but we have not eaten anything together yet. I'm asking you the question, as you enjoy eating, so we can go on another session, but for now, P-Tip, from the perspective of consumer, what do you think about how to eat? When we say that we should eat well, that is good for the world as well.
So first of all, I would like to say hi to all, and thanks to GC to invite me to join this panel talk. You're probably quite familiar with me as a moderator, but I have rarely be guest speaker in any events. So this is a very good occasion and great opportunities. I don't have any light signs like Kun Nong, like Mr. Sarod. Why I don't have any signs for me? Next time I have to bring my fan club. Next time if I come to GC, I have to bring my people. I have to bring my fan club. In your application, if you have an app to put signs up. So regarding eating, I'm actually quite surprised when I was invited, because I'm not completely green consumer. I'm just a general individual who enjoy eating. I have hashtag in my Instagram that rely on me on any eating aspects. You've got your light signs now. Next for me. So I have a hashtag เรื่องกินไว้ใจทิปปี้ means trust me about food. So I like to go eat in different places. Wherever they say it's good, I always go. So whenever anybody meets me, they'll ask me, how do you eat? Because you eat so much, but how come you don't gain any weight? This is a very common question that I get. You really eat it? You eat and do you spit it out because you eat so much, but you don't gain any weight? I don't have a good or better metabolism because for my age, I'm over 40 as well. But when the reason that I eat but still manage to maintain my weight is because, first of all, I have a technique. When you see me eat, I eat. It looks like I'm eating a lot, but I always remind myself that we have to do everything in moderation, or have a balance on everything I do. And I think it's good for the world, good for us, is enough. The word enough, it might sound like a very simple word, but it's a good tip or technique in using in our daily life, especially about eating. When you see me eat in TV shows, but I don't even remember when was the last time I had buffet. It's probably 10-20 years ago. The last time I remember having buffet is going with the team, but for me, I don't eat buffet. I have to ask for the consumers, what's wrong with buffet? There's nothing wrong with buffet, and it's a kind of a marketing campaign, but for me, I feel that it's not my lifestyle. It doesn't suit me, because when you go to buffet, you started off with how much are you going to pay and how are you going to eat to make that really worth the money you're paying. So you have to eat a lot, and actually it's too much. I think we should eat with the word enough in mind. So eat just until we feel full, and that's just enough. We can eat variety of food, we can choose to eat a lot of things, but we don't eat too much, we don't stuff ourselves. So I think this is my lifestyle, and if we eat and there's food left, I pack it back home. And I've been doing this a long time. People might think that, how come you're so stingy packing leftover food home? But for me, I feel that if I can still eat it, then why not? I don't collect all food waste, but if there's a substantial amount enough for I can take home, then why not? And whether I go to a fancy restaurant or normal restaurant, I always, if the restaurant allow me to pack or take away, I do it. That's my habit, and that has always been what I do. I never leave food, and when we have a lot of food, I share it. That's me. If I have a lot of good food, nice food, I share it. When we share it, there's nothing left because we share it to other people. So this is one of the things I do so that I can be, as a consumer, this is what I do. Or when we talk about plastic bottles that can be recycled or upcycling, there's also other businesses that do generate waste. But if we are able to use those waste by recycling, upcycling, we should do that. So I try to keep that in mind. Like I have Tupperware or containers or tumblers. I have everything with me. So when you see me, I always come with a tumbler, and I don't do that just for the fashion, but that is my way of life, and I'm happy. I'm also a plant-based consumer once a week, and that I have been doing for 15 years. And some week I would do 2 days plant-based, but at least 1 day a week that I will not eat any meat. So that kind of helped me, and I choose something very simple to eat. So this is what I've been doing for 15 years. You were saying that when you have food left, you take it home. I think this is a very easy and simple solution, because I think 60% of the waste are food waste, and it's really impact the world. So this is a one very easy, simple lifestyle that we can do. Whenever we have food left over, we just have to take it home. So I want to know what triggered you to change. So my changing point is probably when I had COVID about 3 years ago, and during that time changed many things. It changed my mindset. Many things stopped. Many things was unable when my body was weak and I couldn't eat anything. So I start to eat less. So then I question myself, why do I have to eat a lot? Would that really make me healthy? And all the things I've been eating, then I still get sick again. And when I get sick, I eat very little, and that made me realize that actually I don't need that much food I've been consuming. I don't need to eat a lot of food. I just need enough just to maintain my health. And that is what I realized during I had COVID, and I felt that okay, that is enough. So that's the word that I always use, enough, that I use in everything in my lifestyle. Once somebody taught me that people who eat a lot equals people who eat less, and people who eat less equals eat more. So when he told me that event is actually the speech of Joshua Tanin. He eat very little, and I was surprised why he eats so little, and when there's so much food in front of us. And he said that eating little equals eating more, and eating more equals eating less, because if you eat more, your age will be shorter. So at the end, you eat less. But if you eat less, in moderation, you will have long living, and you'll be able to eat more. So when I listened to him, I thought, oh, well, that is a good philosophy. If we eat everything and stuff everything in, it's actually not good for our health. I like eating. I eat variety of food, but I eat in moderation. So if one day I have to go and meet my client, I have to eat a bit more. The next day, I would try to reduce the food. So I'm just trying to build a balance. There's no one single bullet, silver bullet, or a single solution, but we have to adjust and adapt. So if today we have to eat more, tomorrow we eat less. Try to build that kind of balance. So that is why people see me, how come, you look like you're eating so much, you have such good metabolism? No, that's not right. It's just how I adjust myself, try to build a balance. When I eat more, next day I eat less, and if I eat less, I try to gradually make it more. Always maintain balance. So simply say you always stay in the middle lane. Yes, that's right. That's actually very clear, because there's no one single silver bullet to solve every problem, and each people have different way, different solution. You can't use somebody else's solution and apply it to you directly. You have to apply it and try to adjust. So what Kuntip has given us today is like a guideline, and we have to try and stay in that guideline but adapt it so that we would be able to build that balance. My concept is that we have to be content without affecting ourselves or affecting other people, and that's my concept. So that's what everybody can use. So this is from Kuntip as the consumer. Now we're coming back to the business sector. We have already learned that everybody have a great process to produce products, but we have to admit that the world has changed so much. There's the environmental aspect that has been added in. I don't want to use the word trend, because actually trend comes and go, but for environment, maybe we cannot call it trend because once it's here, it will never go. It will just get worse and worse. So what we have to do is we all in this world, we have to put environment in everything we do. So for the business sector, I think environment has to be a big concern more than just the consumers. How do you adjust in your business? So for what is happening in the environment, can I start with Mr. Sarod?
GC actually adopts the concept of ESG for many years because we have a good understanding and have awareness of how to cope with the environment, which, as Nong Pra just said, the environment nowadays has changed dramatically, especially for climate. Sometimes it rains a lot and sometimes it's so dry. The weather is getting more intense. So we have to live with this kind of weather or climate. In many countries have issued measures like Europe. Europe is the continent that aims to be net zero. It's going to be the first continent to be net zero by 2025. It means that what's going to happen is the regulations in many big countries would be implemented in the business sector in terms of producing products, especially with an aim to reduce carbon emissions in the air. This is not the trend, but it's going to happen no matter whether you like it or not. You have to live with it, and you have to find ways to adjust yourself to run business continuously. As Pattaya or Daikam would be talking about the strategies about how to run business to cope with this. As we have to cope with this, in my opinion, it has to start with a small point. We have to start from our own selves. We have to be aware of this. GE has been trying to promote Gen S. That means sustainability. It's nothing about age or generation, but Generation S is what we can choose to be. We can adjust the ways of thinking and the ways of living to be in ordinary manner by considering the environment and the impact on the environment in any activities that we do and try to do it in a normal way. So this is going to reduce the impact and help better the society and the environment. And in the big picture, in organizations, in business sector, GC cannot do this alone. And I believe that no organizations can do this alone. We need collaboration. We have activities working in partnership with our allies like Pattaya Food Group and many other companies to help, because plastic, as Pipong said, plastic, if it is used and disposed, it's going to cause trouble. But if we can collect used plastic, and then we can handle the recycling to be used later. But the country would dispose garbage in the river, but we are among the top countries of this problem. But we have many problems, as P. Vichit said, for the activities by Pattaya Food Group. This is an example that can be strengthened to other groups. As you can see in the pictures, our collaboration with Chulalongkorn University in the next slide. And we have activities with the canteen in Chulalongkorn University with waste separation bin. This is an important mechanism for food or waste separation so that it would be easier to be recycled. You talk about your collaboration with Chula for Zero Waste. What is it about? We start with, this is about collecting garbage. Consumers personnel at Chulalongkorn University, when they drink coffee or eat anything, usually the waste in Chulalongkorn University would be bioplastic. If it's plastic bottles of water, that can be recycled. If it's a coffee cup or straw, it's bioplastic that can be buried under the soil, and that can be produced as fertilizer. GC is the supplier of product for bioplastic. We have brand NGO under the brand of GC. It is the plastic that can be produced as the cup. In the past, it was ordinary plastic, but with bioplastic, the film of plastic and paper can be recycled. So this is the whole loop. So GC has come up with the whole loop of this. And if we can do this, if we can follow this step, we can reduce garbage. And we also have U-turn project initiated by GC, like Doi Kham. We produce plastic. We have the process of collecting plastic. We would ask consumer to dispose the bottles of water, and then we can dispose them properly. We have to work in collaboration with organizations. This should be implemented in the normal ways of our life to better the society and the environment. Can you please give a loud applause? Because each answer is not a trend. You cannot avoid it. You have to live with it. This is all true. This is part of what GC has been thinking about. And then who's next? Pipong, any ideas about the challenges at present?
So when we do business, whatever business it is, consumers is the most important voice that we have to listen to. So in order to succeed, first of all, we have to listen to our consumers, what they want. And another important aspect is sincerity. We have to be very sincere to the consumers and to the farmers, to our clients, to our partners, staff. We have to be very sincere to them. Whatever we say, we have to keep our promise. For example, we have one model that we called charity starts at our house or our home. So when we donate anything, we have to start it in our own home. So when we are going to donate something, we have to look back at ourselves, look back at our staff first, ensure that everybody in our organization has a good quality of life. Are we being fair to them? Secondly, we have to look at the farmers, look at our suppliers and partners. Are we being fair to them? Are they being treated fairly? When we buy the raw materials from them, for example, if you buy tomatoes, if it's 3 baht per kilograms, we buy 3 baht 10 satang. But we also support them with conditions that don't bring rotted tomato to us. And if you provide us with best tomato, we will give you 3 baht 10 satang. But if you bring bad produce, rotten produce, we will deduct it according to the proportion of the bad quality products you supply. So for some places, they really need the products, and if they get bad products, sometimes they take it because they really need the products. But for us, if you send us bad products, if you send us 10% of bad products, then we deduct 10%. But if you send us 100% of good products, you get 3 baht 10 satang. We also go for field visits to the farms to teach them how to use fertilizers, how to use chemicals. We have experts who would help the farmers educate them on how to practice better farming and generate more yield per rai. They have less farmers and there are limited space. So in that limited space, from before you get 3 tons per rai, you have to increase it to 15 tons per rai, and it has to go up to 30 tons per rai. Like in Israel, I've visited Israel and they really managed to generate huge yield. I mean, in Thailand, you do 3 tons and you're so happy, but in Israel, they managed to produce much more. So these are the case studies that we try to learn from. And after that, we have to work with the consumers. Once we have good raw materials, it ensures that the end product will be good quality as well. During one period when the oil was going really high, I think it's about 4 to 5 years ago, the price of everything went up. I think GC probably remembers as well that it skyrocketed. And when the fuel reduced, we also reduced the price of our product in accordance to what we have risen. And we hope that that would be a good sample to other manufacturers, but nobody followed us. Nobody reduced the price. We were the only company that reduced the price. So this is something that I think that, okay, once your raw materials increase, like the oil increase, you have to increase the price. But when it comes down, you have to be sincere enough to reduce that price, and they should get the benefit from the price that has come down. So that is how we are being fair to the consumers. Next, fair to the environment. So many things we have done, like for the packaging, they return to us, we segregate the waste, and then we change it to plastic pallet, and we're trying to do more research. Maybe GC can help with us. I really need help. When we separate from Tetra Pak, we get about 50 million, and then I don't know, other suppliers or manufacturers, they get more. If we can replace these plastic pallets with the plastics, we might be able to reduce a lot of cuttings the forest, and we would have a more rich forest. And this is what we are doing as a research process. We are still working on it, but it's not good enough. This plastic is just like the coating, and the weight is still too much for us to use as the containers. So these are the factors that we are trying to find a partner who can help us find the best solution, using like UHT cartridge and recycle that. I think that might help reduce global warming. This is something that maybe some of you can help. For Doicam, we take the packaging and we recycle the packaging, and what we get from this packaging, we use it as flooring for our Krungkaben Park walkway. And this platform has no problem when it get in contact with salted water, because normal wood, it rots when it gets salted water from the sea, but this recycled material is very durable. So actually all these products, we should do a better research, maybe working with GC. I don't know whether you have any experts doing this kind of research. Maybe we can work together and go forward on all these processes, hoping that we might be able to reduce GHG emission, and we might be able to achieve our goal, or maybe achieve when I become 100 years old, when they're saying that the aim is to have net zero emission. I would be exactly 100 years old, and I'm hoping to live that long and celebrate that. Thank you.
Please give a round of applause to all the speakers. GC, they have been trying to deal with each other. Excuse me, it's like flirting around on the stage. What? We'll ask our team to take notes of what all the speakers are talking about. Plastic that is hard to be recycled has solutions. We can process the plastic. If we tour around the exhibition, we can see that some plastic cannot be recycled or biodegradable, but we have product solution center that where we can develop together with our clients using some design or decoration. As people mentioned, we have the prototype of producing plastic that is not for biodegradable, but we use artificial wood. It's not too difficult because our team of researchers are excellent. Foreigners come for a study visit here at GC and they can see that our researchers are all capable. Thank you so much. My pleasure, because I really want to do it. For the pallets in Thailand, in all the factories in Thailand, if this can be used, it would be advantageous. It would be advantageous to the environment. I like it because all these organizations have been dealing with each other for more collaboration. And next, let's talk to one of our producer. What are the challenges nowadays for Pattaya Food Group? We use a lot of pallets. I like it the way that they are trying to deal with each other. Can we ask for more pallets? Actually, in the past 2 years, in the past few years, it was quite challenging for us. Today's world is under the uncertainty which happens so quickly and changes so quickly. We talk to our people about how to adjust ourselves. We cannot be indifferent to the change. We have to cope with the changing situation. We thought that we should do it step by step. We cannot make a swift change immediately. In terms of business, we have to think about the revenue to support the business. Some products, which are ordinary products or current products, those would be manufactured to bring back revenue for our company that can support for the sustainability project later on. I think that if we gradually add value to our products, at some point in the future, we will be ready and it's going to have an impact on long-term business. Before coming on the stage, I talked to Kun Sarod. EU is about to adopt the measures by 2050 for net zero. People are getting more aware of this. Many governments in many countries are interested in this issue. Regulations have been issued to take control of the products. So I think that if we start from today by adding value to their products, at some point in the future, we will be ready by 100%. I know that Pattaya has the target of reduced carbon emissions, right? At present, by BE 2075, by 2075, it's going to reduce carbon emissions by 50%, right? Yes. What are the processes? The first process that we have been working on is we have to know that nowadays how much percentage of carbon emission has been issued so that we can know the real figure to achieve in the first step. After we know how much percentage of carbon emissions we have, we can know which activities have a lot of carbon emissions, and then we will initiate the products to reduce carbon emissions, for example, by using fuel. Nowadays, we use coal, and we start to use the energy circular energy, we may not think about something like in terms of transportation or logistics. When we talk about carbon emissions in the process of manufacturing, we even talk about how our employees come to work, how much carbon emission has been issued when employees come to work. For the transportation or using carpool, it has some effect. When we talk about logistics, we would think about logistics for delivery of products, but we think about all the activities for transportation and logistics with the emission of carbon. So any companies would have to face this, right? Yes. So we have to adjust ourselves. The world is changing. Otherwise, we cannot survive. So this is one of the activities that Pattaya Food Group has been trying to adjust themselves. How can you communicate this to the consumers? Are you asking me? Oh yeah. No, we are still in this question. In terms of the awareness, actually, when we think that people will be aware when they know that it's going to have an impact on them, so that they would change their behavior. As Kun Sarot just said, the world nowadays, the climate has changed. Natural disasters are getting more serious. I think that all these are going to impact the lives of people in the future to some extent. When they are aware of the impact on themselves, then they are going to change their behavior. In the past, according to the survey of consumer behavior, we are concerned about the environment, but the activities to promote the world environmental conservation is still less. But nowadays, more people are getting more conscious and more concerned about the products that are environmentally friendly. We have to try to communicate with consumers about why we make a change and what will the change going to affect them. Like buying 2 cans of Nautilus can save 2 trees, for example. So after this calculation, consumer can know how they can support all those activities. Oh, really? This is just an example. You can buy 2 cans of tuna. Usually, I buy tuna in salt. It's a middle way for us. So this is one way of adjusting ourselves for Pattaya Food Group. Can you see now that the business sector has changed? They know that consumer behavior has changed. So the corporate sector, business sector has been trying to adjust themselves as well. This is from the aspect of manufacturer, packaging. What about consumers? P-tip, what are the challenges? As you are an influencer, do you have any ways, like I myself has my own way that will cause less impact on the environment? How do you communicate with other people? As I just talked to you and other people, I myself said that enough is good for me. When anyone asks me, I would share my ideas about how I can enjoy myself, to be happy with my eating. That is good for myself and it's not going to cause any trouble to others. When I eat anything, I would not think about just eating something deliciously, but I can learn and have more experience. The trend of eating and cooking for the chef worldwide have changed so much from the past. In the past, when we said that the food was delicious, good food, we would think about food that is rare, going to the ocean or something sophisticated, something that is rare in the mountains. We would think that it is expensive and it is of good quality. But nowadays, this has changed. When we see restaurants in Thailand, I have one favorite restaurant, Pru Restaurant in Phuket. The concept of Pru Restaurant is using raw materials from the locality, organic food in the local area, and that can be produced as food which is delicious around them. This is what I am quite impressed with because it's once in a lifetime experience. I got a chance to eat at Noma Restaurant. It is the world's best restaurant. It is ranked as world's best restaurant because this is the ranking by the diners in England, and they voted Noma Restaurant in Denmark, which is in the business for 20 years. It has been voted as the world's best restaurant for 5 times. When we eat at the world's best restaurant, we can see what kind of food is served, what is the concept of that restaurant. Noma has the concept of serving food according to the season. They would know the raw materials in that particular season with 3 seasons: vegetable, sea, ocean, and land. When I ate at this restaurant Noma, it was the season of vegetables. All the food came from trees, flowers planted around the restaurant. When I went to that restaurant, all the food comes from what they grow in the glass house. All those plants are in the dishes. The flowers, no meat at all. So we have to think about without any meat, is it going to be delicious? They used R&D team to conduct research and draw the flavor of all delicious food without being processed in a sophisticated manner. It is cooked in a simple way. They have to try to understand the ingredients in their dishes, and they show us the process of cooking, the concept, where does the concept come from. It takes even more time than growing the plants. They have to think about how to cook the food to be delicious and to still maintain the ecological system using the products in the local area. I was quite impressed because the food does not need to be sophisticated. It is the food from according to the season in the local area without the need for transportation. Because if we need the raw materials from far away, it would require logistics. However, this Nomad restaurant used the products, the materials in the local area. Farmers would grow the plants and they can generate revenue. I can see that many restaurants have adopted this concept of getting the raw materials from the local area. The soil, the water in that area can cook something that is delicious without the need to trouble anyone. This is the concept that is simple and people can still enjoy the food that they are eating. Yes, this is good. One question that I can come up with is how can you reserve that restaurant? It's very difficult to eat at that restaurant. I heard that this restaurant is going to be closed. It's quite good timing for me because I'm in the field of food. No, you are just lucky. And I just heard what P-Tip just said. All our actions have an impact on the world. And I heard the word carbon footprint. I would confirm that all our actions, no matter what we do, we create carbon footprint in the world. What P-Tip said about all the process of cooking or the raw material on the food has an impact on the environment. And this Noma restaurant has the concept, has shown the example of the impact on the society and the world and environment. We just talk about the concept of each company and how we can adjust ourselves to nowadays. When we talk about eating, it has an impact on the world. In which way? How true is it? Starting from P. Sarot, please.
So as we see that eating is our main activity, we have to eat. But how are we going to choose the food, which is what we're discussing today? For me, I think the start should start with ourselves. We should choose the food that we should eat and do not generate a lot of food waste. And if we have leftovers, what are we going to do with it? If we don't start with ourselves, not starting at home, then the problems will just accumulate and it will just become a habit that we're used to. Like, for example, for my house, we try to become a zero waste house in terms of food waste, zero food waste. So we would try to cook food just enough for us, and if there's any leftover, we would do according to what we did with July canteen. So we have a compost bucket that we put all the food waste in. Any food left from eating, we put in this compost bucket. We're not buying anything fancy. It's just a very plain plastic bucket. And it has like a rotation to mix all the food waste and just leave it. And in maximum 2 months, we get organic compost that we can use in the garden to plant trees. And for the plastics that we use, we ordered a lot of delivery food. So we get a lot of plastic. If possible, we should separate them. For example, single-use plastics bag, like plastic wraps. So what we do in my house is I separate all the plastic bottles, and even packagings that are not plastics, like cans, aluminum cans. And what happens is that we found that from starting in my house, we managed to reduce significantly the amount of waste that we put in our black bag for the Bangkok BMA to collect. And then we put all the waste that we have segregated for the organization that collects them. So I would like to ask Bangkok that BMA that we should have to work together. So if as consumers we segregate waste, you as a collector have to keep it separated as well, not just put it all together, because otherwise it just ruins our intention and it just ends at the dump site altogether again, and it would just become more problem and it would not be an efficient way of managing waste. And I would like to ask all organizations involved, partners, organizations that are involved, what we are doing, we have to do it together. Start from our house, start from our home, in our organization, and expand that in a bigger, broader collaboration. Make it something very normal, something we do. Make it a habit that we do. Like, for example, collect waste, separate waste. Anything that can be degraded, then that's fine. What can be recycled has to be recycled. If we all work together, we'll be able to create a very economical economy, reduce the logistics, reduce transportation, reduce the energy used. So I think it's a broader way of working together in collaboration. And so I would like to also promote Gen S. We all have to become Gen S. So we have to be aware of the impact we might be able to reduce, what we can do to reduce those impacts. We have to put more concern to our environment. Although we are a company in the energy sector, but we want to see an efficient way of energy consumption. and for plastic use. How can we use those plastics? But at the end, we have to understand how to separate them, choose the kind of plastics we should and should not use. If we go into, like, for example, supermarket, and we look at the packaging and you see GC compostable, choose that product because it's bioplastic. And you can throw those kind of packaging away because that doesn't take hundreds of years to degrade it. It takes about 1 year only. So I think this is something easy that we can all do. Just change our mindset a bit. Just change what we do in our daily life a bit. That will already help. And that's the perspective from GC. Can I continue with Kun Pong? Kun Pong should start. You should. In your perspective, how can we eat well to help the world? So for me, how can we eat to help the world? So maybe I should tell this story. I am from a boarding school, and when we eat in a big group, and the teacher who looks after us is already 80 years old. I went in when I was in grade 3. In my dish, there was only 2 grains of rice left. I was punished for that because we were taught that every grain of rice is very valuable. But now I see kids nowadays, I don't know whether they're Gen S, but the way they eat, it's like, like a cat when they eat rice and it's scattered everywhere in the dish. I just don't understand why you have to eat like that, scattering all the rice grain around the dishes. I think that shows something. Like in Doi Kam, we treat lunch for all the staff, and the staff can eat as much as they want, but they have to know how much they're actually going to eat. That's for the rice, and if it's not enough, you can refill your plate. But the only condition is, if you don't finish your rice, you'll get 35 baht fine. So you mean you don't charge for the rice, but you charge if they leave any? Yes, that's right. We collect 35 baht if they leave anything. Because this is how we're going to raise awareness to them, but that they should know and understand how much they are going to eat. Not just bring the food and then you take out the basil leaf and you don't eat the any kind of herbs. And you don't eat the pepper. Those are all good herbs. That helps stimulate your digestion in your stomach. But you leave it all out. So I don't know what they actually eat. And then they say that they want to eat good food. They want to eat healthy food. But McDonald's, they finish the entire burger. But Thai food, they just pick out all the vegetable, pick out all the herbs. I think this is something that we should question ourselves. Actually, Thai food is very, very good in terms of health-wise, but you take out and pick out all the good parts of the Thai food, and this is what I want to emphasize. So, in terms of Thai food for your health, everybody say that you want to eat good food, you want to eat food that is good for your health, but you consume a lot of food with a lot of fat, like A5 Wagyu. That's a lot of fat in there. But when you see Thai curry with beef that is less fat, you say, oh no, that's chewy. This is what really happens. And for how you do your daily life, like for me, I go shopping myself. I go to the fresh market. It's not a supermarket. I just go to fresh market. I tell them I want cumin. They just put cumin in the plastic bag, and I say, no, I don't want that. I just want the cumin, but not the plastic bag. Then I go to the next. I say I want a long bean. They put in huge bag. Then I say I want cucumber. They put cucumber, which is already in a bag, into another plastic bag. I said, no, that's not necessary. I want to ask that we should start with ourselves. Whatever we do, solve it and start with ourselves. We have to become a good example, show to other people how we can do it well. When I go to the fresh market, I go with an aim that I have to generate as little single-use plastic bag as possible. And then, for example, if I need to take any plastic bag, once we use, I wash those plastic bags, like plastic bag that I use for putting in my curry, I wash it. And then people who collect it, they can recycle it. If it's dirty plastics, then they cannot recycle it. So I want to say that everything starts with ourselves. Don't point out to other people. You have to point into yourself. You ask yourself, have you started? Have you become a good sample? If you think that you want to teach other people in your house, you have to start with yourself first. If you're going to teach your employee, you have to be a good role model first. When I eat lunch in the office, you can ask the people, if there's anything left in my dish, I pay the 35 baht fine. So everything has to start with ourselves first. Then we can extend it to other people. So when you go out for lunch today, don't forget, finish your dish. Something that you don't eat, just tell them, don't put it in. Because if you still leave it in the metal dish, other people can still eat it. But if you put it in your own dish already, nobody can eat it. So that's what I want to leave today.
This is another perspective from Pipong. When you talk about something, somebody is smiling, it's easy for recycling. This is a small thing that is going to have a big impact, but you may not know about this before. One more person, P. please. I used to get away the thing that I don't like, but I will not do that anymore. When we talk about eating with regard to sustainability, how can we interpret the word sustainability? In my opinion, sustainability means the least trouble to natural resources so that the natural resources can be passed on to the young generation. Actually, staff at Pattaya Food Group has 3 types of eating or 3 gore. We would think about first, our health is the most important thing. We have to eat something nutritious and healthy for our health. When we are physically and mentally healthy, we can do other activities to the full extent. The second one is, how should we eat to have the least food waste? Actually, food waste, the buffet is one thing that we think we should adjust the way of eating buffet to focus more on diversity. Because when we go eat buffet, we can eat anything in the buffet, but we should not focus on the quantity. And the last thing is eating optional protein from plant-based protein, because the meat from different animals comes from farming or livestock that leads to methane causes and greenhouse effects. So eating plant-based protein is another option so that the food waste would be less, and then we can eat with more value. And then let's go back to the word Gen S, because I'm very happy that we have Gen S, because I try to be in the same generation as teenagers for many years so that we can live and be in the same generation as teenagers. I think that we can see the change and the impact on the world in many areas. And it is all clear about the natural disasters. I would like to invite all Gen S members to start taking care of the world. What we have to take into consideration, if we don't start today, think about how the next generation is going to live their lives. It's not going to be in the perfect condition as we are at present. We may start from today at some small point, because we need to have the first step, and it's going to cause good impact on the next generation. When we think about quality food, please think about Nautilus products because it's the product caring for the world. Thank you. After listening to the manufacturers for food manufacturing, what about consumers? We can make it simple. We should live with the nature. What people said is so touching in many ways. I think that Thai food, although I eat in many countries around the world, Thai food is the best and most suitable for Thai people because eating according to the season and according to what the locality has is the most appropriate because when we eat according to season in summer or winter, that kind of food can help us to prevent us from illness. For example, in the rainy season, ancient people would say that if we eat gang som dok khair, this can prevent the fever. It means that from rainy season to winter, there would be a lot of dok khair, and we can cook gang som dok khair to help cope with the changing of the weather or the season. This is what people in the past talked about. In the rainy season, everything is all humid, so we should try to eat something to prevent us from the fever. If we don't go beyond what we should according to the season, I believe that everyone on the earth is important. If we are healthy and if we don't get sick, we can do something good, and this can help the world. Actually, we come back to a simple way of living and living with the nature. This is the best solution. This is a good concept. So this is what we talk about today. Actually, this session, from the question that we talk about eating, our eating well would be good for us and the world. Is that true? And this is the very end of the session. I think that you all should have the answer already. Eating has some impact to the world to some extent. So let's come back to our own selves. From what the speakers said, we can choose what to eat. GC Pattaya Food Group, Doi Kam are all trying to prepare themselves. And now come back to consumers. How we want the world to be like. The power is in our hands. The decision is upon us. So this is a clearer picture of what we want to see. Thank you so much to all the speakers. May I say something? Let me take this opportunity to promote something. If you are a Doi Kam customer, please raise your hand. Please don't forget about peeling off, washing, and collecting. Please, if anything does not belong to Doi Kam, we would accept that because we want to help the society. We would bring back the waste for recycling. But if it is the product of Doi Kam, we will give you a coupon of 1 baht. Any product can, after you use, eat, and clean, you can take back the garbage from those products to us for recycling. And next year, I'm going to work in collaboration with BTS Payathai SkyTrain Station to be green station. Anyone who brings the bottles to the 3rd floor of Payathai SkyTrain Station, we would have Doi Kam people to collect the garbage. And it's going to be the green station. And we will do everything for keeping, cleaning, and collecting the product to us. And we would have the exhibition of the science from the King for Sustainable Development so that we can see what the King has taught us and how we can implement that We want Thai people to support for this. We are working on this project, which is going to be launched for the 30th anniversary of Doi Kham to show you that green station can be made possible to help the society. If GC is interested to join us, we would be more than willing to accept you as our ally. Thank you so much for your attention. Please give a loud applause to all the speakers. They have just dealt with each other on the new project. And this is another voice from Doi Kham to show that this is the adjustment of the food sector. So it's on us to see and choose what is best for the environment. Thank you once again to all the speakers who share your ideas and experience with us. Please give them a loud applause. On this occasion, I would like every one of you, of the speakers, please take a rest and we can talk later on the ground. And before we move to the next session, our staff just said that we are going to show the QR code. This is the survey. GC and the organizer would like to know your comments about today, about the event. What are you impressed with, or what you can see that can be used to adjust your ways of living? How do you feel about the exhibition? You can talk to GC by scanning the QR code and share your comments. After the end of the exhibition, you can go to this QR code and present your comments directly. And now time is up for my session, for the first session. As I said from the beginning, we had a discussion all day long for everyday sustainability, because sustainability is something even closer to us than what you have expected before. The next session is how to live sustainably, how to have sustainable living in the second session, and the last session, low carbon tourism. What is it like? So please stay tuned for all day. And now time is up for my role. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Hall แห่งนี้นะคะรวมถึงสวัสดีทุกคนที่รับชมไลฟ์อยู่ใน YouTube GC ด้วยค่ะจ้าจ๋าพริมตาเดชอุดมแสงสิงแก้วนะคะวันนี้จะพาทุกคนเข้าสู่โลกของ Gen S ค่ะและตอนนี้นะคะจ้าจ๋าก็อยู่ในงาน GC Sustainable Living Symposium 2023 VR Gen S นั่นเองค่ะต้องบอกว่างานนี้ยิ่งใหญ่มากๆนะคะเป็นการรวมตัวของคน Gen S เลยค่ะคน Gen S ก็คือ Generation Sustainability คน Gen ใหม่หัวใจยั่งยืนค่ะซึ่งจัดขึ้นโดยบริษัท PTT Global Chemical จำกัดมหาชนหรือว่าพวกเราจะรู้จักกันดีในนาม GC นั่นเองค่ะต้องบอกว่างานนี้นะคะสำคัญยิ่งใหญ่แล้วก็มีความหมายต่อโลกใบนี้มากๆเลยนะคะเพราะว่าเราเป็นการรวมตัวของตัวจริงค่ะมากกว่า40ท่านเลยนะคะทั้งชาวไทยแล้วก็ชาวต่างชาติค่ะที่จะมาร่วมมือกันแก้ปัญหาเร่งด่วนของโลกใบนี้นะคะแล้วก็ส่งต่อแรงบันดาลใจในการใช้ชีวิตในแบบ sustainable living ของคน Gen S ค่ะและด้านหลังของเจ้าจ๋านะคะนี่ก็คือโอ้โหเป็นลูกโลกแต่เป็นลูกโลกที่เต็มไปด้วยคำปฏิญาณของพวกเราทุกคนเลยค่ะไปดูกันดีกว่านะคะว่าเขาพูดกันว่าอะไรบ้างนะคะนี่เขาบอกว่าพกกล่องไปใส่ข้าวจากฟ้าฟุ้งกล่องอะไรใส่ข้าวอะไรทำไมต้องพกกล่องด้วยเพราะว่านี่คือการปฏิญาณตนค่ะว่าเราจะเป็นคน Gen S นะคะใช้น้ำอย่างประหยัดนะคะจากคุณเพชรซึ่งทุกคนนะคะสามารถจะมาปฏิญาณตนนะคะเพื่อให้โลกของเราเนี่ยรอดไปได้ด้วยการทำสิ่งนี้เลยค่ะนี่เราจะมาสแกนที่นี่นะคะเพื่อร่วมกิจกรรมปฏิญาณตนค่ะไม่ว่าคุณจะอายุเท่าไหร่ทำอาชีพอะไรเราก็สามารถจะกอบกู้โลกใบนี้ของเราได้นะคะเพราะว่าความยั่งยืนคือทางรอดทางเดียวของโลกใบนี้ค่ะเอาล่ะเจ้าจ๋าจะพาทุกคนนะคะไปสัมผัสกับโลกของ Gen S ของเราในงานนี้ตามเจ้าจ๋ามาเลยค่ะนี่เริ่มกันที่นี่ก่อนเลยค่ะแวบถึงเวลาเปลี่ยนทางรอดสร้างโลกยั่งยืนไปพร้อมกันนะคะวันนี้นะคะเรามีภารกิจ3ด่านค่ะด่านแรกก็คือลูกโลกคำมั่นสัญญาที่อาจารย์ให้ดูไปเมื่อสักครู่นะคะด่านที่2ค่ะถ้าใครที่เจอ QR code แบบนี้นะคะไปตอบคำถามกันได้เลยค่ะเพราะว่าเท่ากับว่าคุณจะผ่านด่านที่2ไปแล้วค่ะส่วนด่านที่3นะคะเราจะเลือกพิชิตกันอย่างน้อยๆเนี่ย1ภารกิจนั่นเองนะคะเป็นภารกิจ Wonder Lab Amazing Waste Net Zero Hero Arena นะคะแล้วก็นี่คือวัดพลังชาว Gen S แค่คุณเป็นชาว Gen S อะค่ะเรามีกระเป๋าผ้านะคะหรือว่าเรามีขวดน้ำใส่แบบน้ำนะคะแบบที่ไม่ใช่ขวดพลาสติกแบบนี้นะคะก็สามารถจะรับสแตมป์นี้รับของที่ระลึกค่ะเป็นกระเป๋าผ้า GC นะคะสุดลิมิเต็ดจากเส้นใย Revive Fiber by GC Upcycling ได้เลยค่ะเอาล่ะด่านที่1เนี่ยถ้าเกิดว่าใครมาปฏิญาณตนตรงนี้นะคะก็รับไปเลย1สแตมป์ไปเราไปดูด่านที่2กันค่ะอันนี้เราเลือกได้เลยนะคะนี่จะเป็นการเดินทางไปสู่นี่ The Journey of Amazing Ways ค่ะมีประตูอยู่5ประตูนี่เปรียบเสมือนเขาวงกตเลยนะคะก็จะมี
The journey of amazing waste with shoppers, eco. We should see which gate we should get in. This is to test your lifestyle. The lifestyle of using your plastic. Let's take a test. Start. I enjoy exercise, so I click exercise and then go. And now I enjoy exercise. I enjoy drinking water, using bottles of drink. ไม่ต้อง
เป็นขวดพลาสติกใส่น้ำหนักเบาค่ะก็จะมีสามารถแยกขวดพลาสติกใช้แล้วนะคะไม่ให้เป็นขยะด้วย3ขั้นตอนง่ายๆประตูนี้ค่ะก็จะบอกว่าเราควรจะทำอะไรบ้างนะคะนี่อย่างเช่นเทน้ำออกให้หมดล้างทำความสะอาดเล็กน้อยแล้วก็บีบแยกไว้เป็นกลุ่มๆค่ะเพื่อการง่ายต่อการรีไซเคิลนะคะตามเจ้าจ๋ามาเลยโอ้โหในนี้เนี่ยสวยมากเลยละค่ะเขาเอาขวดพลาสติกมาเรียงกันซึ่งจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยหลายคนบอกว่าโอ้พลาสติกเราต้องลดการใช้ไม่ใช่นะคะพลาสติกไม่ใช่ผู้ร้ายค่ะพลาสติกเนี่ยเราสามารถจะทำให้เขาเป็นเพื่อนสนิทของเราได้ด้วยการจัดการที่ดีเยี่ยมค่ะมาเลยว้าวแยกพลาสติกสะอาดกับเราแยกแล้วไปไหนสวัสดีค่ะอันนี้ก็จะเป็นเกมนะคะเดี๋ยวก็จะมีเจ้าหน้าที่ที่น่ารักมากๆนะคะคอยแนะนำเราอยู่เนี่ยบ๊ายบายหน่อยแล้วใครสนใจมาเล่นเกมก็ตรงนี้ได้เลยค่ะเขาบอกว่าเหมือนเวลาคำถามอะตายแล้วไปไหนไม่ค่ะวันนี้พลาสติกที่แยกแล้วไปไหนตามเจ้าถามมาเลยค่ะว้าว ไปไหนก็มาตรงนี้แหละค่ะเรามาเทิร์นพลาสติกกันนะคะนี่ก็คือโลกแห่งการเทิร์นชีวิตให้พลาสติกใช้แล้วเป็นพลาสติกเทิร์นเมืองนั่นเองค่ะเราจะเอาพลาสติกนะคะหมุนเวียนกลับมาสร้างคุณค่าแล้วก็ประโยชน์ให้กับโลกใบนี้เป็นผลิตภัณฑ์รีไซเคิลแล้วก็อัพไซเคิลมากมายเลยล่ะค่ะตามที่ถามมาเลยเขาสามารถทำได้เยอะมากตั้งแต่นี่พื้นยันเพดานเราก็มีพลาสติกเยอะมากทั้งหมดเนี่ยไม่ใช่วัสดุสิ้นเปลืองเลยนะคะมาเลยค่ะตามที่ถามมาเลยนี่ยังไม่พอรู้ไหมว่าการลดใช้พลาสติกใช้แล้วเนี่ยนะเท่ากับการลดการปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกได้เทียบเท่ากับการปลูกต้นไม้5 ต้นเลยสุดยอดไหมสุดยอดจริงๆนะคะนี่เรามีแบบนี้เนี่ยเยอะแยะมากมายเอาล่ะไปดูโซนต่อไปกันเลยค่ะนี่โอ้โหสวัสดีทุกคนที่อยู่ตรงนี้ด้วยนะคะสวัสดีทุกคนค่ะในเมืองแห่งนี้นะคะจ้าจ๋าก็จะเห็นได้ว่าทุกคนมีความสุขมากๆน่ารักมากๆนะคะเพราะว่าพวกเราเป็นคน Gen S Gen S เนี่ยก็คือเป็นคนแห่งความยั่งยืนพวกเราทั้งหมดเหมือนเป็นหนึ่งฮีโร่ที่จะช่วยโลกใบนี้ค่ะนี่แหละเพราะว่าพวกเราคือ Gen S นั่นเองค่ะตรงนี้นะทุกคนจะต้องตื่นตาตื่นใจมากๆเพราะนี่คือ Wonder Lab เป็น sustainable products ค่ะตรงนี้นะเป็นดินแดนแห่งนวัตกรรมใครที่ชอบแบบงานนวัตกรรมงานเก๋ๆงานที่เปลี่ยนโลกทั้งใบต้องมาตรงนี้เลยมีทั้งหมด5 ส่วนด้วยกันไปยังส่วนแรกกันเลยค่ะตรงนี้นะคะโอ้โหก็จะเป็นงานช่าง Remote Pipping Insection Robot นี่คือแว่นนะแว่นที่เป็นแว่น MR Microsoft HoloLens ค่ะคือสมมุติว่าเราอยู่กรุงเทพแล้วเราไปคุยกับเพื่อนที่ระยองนะเราสามารถสอนหนังสือกันได้ผ่านการใส่แว่นเลยอะค่ะสุดยอดมากๆนี่ไม่ใช่สายพานชาบูนะไม่ต้องหยิบกินนะคะนี่คือผลิตภัณฑ์รีไซเคิลค่ะนี่น้องตายแล้วเนี่ยเดี๋ยวไปดูหน่อยสิช่วยน้องหน่อยไปค่ะตรงนี้นะคะจะเป็น Bio Solution นะคะเป็นเกี่ยวกับเคมีใช่ไหมคะเป็นอะไรนะคะเป็นเรซินซึ่งเป็นการรีไซเคิลพลาสติก
สามารถย่อยสลายได้ครับผม
เรซินที่ย่อยสลายได้โอ้ my god ทุกอย่างเกิดขึ้นจริงในโลกใบนี้ที่นี่เลยล่ะค่ะตรงนี้คือ waste to value นะคะโอ้โหและนี่ก็คือพันธมิตรของเราค่ะต้องขอบคุณ Allnex ด้วยนะคะ Ag Nano ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ Vencorex นะคะตรงนี้ก็เป็นผลิตภัณฑ์เกี่ยวกับเคมีใช่ไหมคะตรงนี้เป็นโคตติ้งสีนั่นเอง
นะมีโคตติ้งพวกผลิตภัณฑ์นะฮะพวกแพคเกจจิ้งนะครับหรือบอร์ดอิเล็กทรอนิกส์นะครับโซนนี้จะมีอยู่ด้วยกัน2 ส่วนมี Allnex แล้วก็จะมี Ag Nano นะครับซึ่งตรงนี้ก็ช่วยลดโลกร้อนสุดๆเลยใช่ครับแล้วก็ปกป้องพวกแพคเกจจิ้งหรืออุปกรณ์อิเล็กทรอนิกส์อยู่ในน้ำแบบนี้ได้เลย
โอ้โหได้ว่าสุดยอดนี่คือสุดยอดนวัตกรรมที่ต้องบอกว่าเป็นคน Gen S เท่านั้นที่จะคิดได้เลยนะเนี่ยนี่แหละค่ะเราจะมาดีขึ้นเพื่อคุณดีขึ้นเพื่อโลกด้วยกันนะคะนี่ก็จะเป็น Bio Solutions นี่คือนวัตกรรมทั้งหมดมาดูพลาสติกตรงนี้ค่ะพลาสติกตรงนี้เป็นพลาสติกที่ย่อยสลายได้แบบง่ายๆมากๆเลยนะคะเพราะว่าเขาผลิตขึ้นมาจากขั้นตอนเดียวนี่ Quick Flip เลิศเจ้าจ๋าชอบมากงานแบบนี้เนี่ยตามเจ้าจ๋ามาเลยค่ะจะพาทุกคนไปดูภาพยนตร์ในโรงภาพยนตร์ที่เจ๋งมากๆที่หนึ่งนะคะซึ่งตรงนี้เนี่ยมั่นใจได้ว่าทุกคนจะต้องไม่เคยเห็นมาก่อนเพราะว่าครั้งแรกที่เจ้าจ๋าได้เห็นนะตื่นตาตื่นใจสุดๆตามเจ้าจ๋ามาเลยค่ะนี่เราก็จะผ่านลูกโลกนะคะผ่านลูกโลกแล้วอย่าลืมสแกนนะคะเพื่อเตรียมตัวที่จะรับกระเป๋าผ้าค่ะเข้ามาเลยค่ะนี่คือเธียเตอร์ของเราว้าว Are you ready to drive on the road to net zero เอาละค่ะเราเรียกน้ำย่อยกันเบาๆนะคะในการดูภาพยนตร์ในนี้นะคะด้วยความที่โอ้โหอยากให้ทุกคนได้สัมผัสด้วยตาของตัวเองจริงๆนะคะถ้าเกิดว่าใครเดินในงานนี้นะคะแล้วก็โอ้เหนื่อยนะคะนี่คาเฟ่อเมซอนนะคะเขาก็พร้อมจะให้บริการของเราแต่ตอนนี้เนี่ยเขาขอไปพักบ้างนะคะพอเราได้เห็นอะไรที่เป็นธรรมชาติเห็นความยั่งยืนเราได้มาดื่มกาแฟที่แฟร์กับคนทั้งโลกแบบนี้เนี่ยทำให้เรามีความสุขมากๆในการที่จะใช้ชีวิตในโลกใบนี้เลยละค่ะเอาล่ะตอนนี้เจ้าจ๋าพาทุกท่านไปอยู่2โซนแล้วนะคะถ้าเกิดว่าใครที่อยากจะร่วมกิจกรรมของเรานะคะก็อย่าลืมค่ะไปปฏิญาณตนบนลูกโลกนะคะตอบแบบสอบถามแล้วก็ที่สำคัญไปร่วมกิจกรรมในโซนต่างๆค่ะเจ้าจ๋าแนะนำไปแล้ว2โซนเราไปดูโซนนี้กันเลยดีกว่านี่เดินผ่านตรงนี้ก็แวะถ่ายรูปสักนิดนึงสวยสุดๆไปค่ะเราจะไป upcycling กันนะคะที่นี่คือ upcycling upstyling ค่ะเป็นการแต่งตัวให้เราแต่เป็นการแต่งตัวให้เราที่โลกเนี่ยจะมีความสุขมากๆเลยละค่ะตรงนี้เนี่ยเขามีการ X กันคือ up to you X กับแบรนด์ต่างๆที่เป็นแบรนด์ชื่อดังที่มีชื่อเสียงนะคะไม่ว่าจะเป็น Iconic ชากะมีดิษยามีหลายสิ่งหลายอย่างเลยละค่ะแล้วก็มีการโหวตกันด้วยนะคะซึ่งเสร็จสิ้นไปแล้วเมื่อวานนี้ค่ะมี Popular Vote นะคะใครที่ได้โหวตแล้วเนี่ยก็แอบมาชมผลงานกันได้นะคะว่าเจ้าไหนได้เป็น Popular Vote ค่ะต่อมานี่นะคะก็คือ Village ของเราค่ะก็จะเป็นพันธมิตรนะคะที่รักโลกเหมือนกับเราค่ะนี่เริ่มต้นด้วย OR ค่ะก็จะเป็นเกี่ยวกับโอ้โหOR นี่เจ้าจ๋าชอบจริงๆเลยนะเขาดูแลเรามาตลอดเลยละค่ะแล้วก็นี่ก็เป็นไทยเบฟนะคะเป็นผ้าห่มผืนเขียวที่รักโลกของเราหนังของเขาดีมากชอบดูไปดูมาก็ฟินมีความสุขนะคะมาต่อที่นี่เลยค่ะนี่คือ AIS ค่ะใครที่เป็นลูกค้า AIS ภูมิใจได้เลยนะคะเพราะเราเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของการรักโลกใบนี้ด้วยค่ะสวัสดีค่ะแล้วก็แวะมาตรงนี้นิดนึงนะคะเราจะมาช่วยกันชุบชีวิตพลาสติกขึ้นมาค่ะด้วยเนสเล่ค่ะมาแล้วโอ้โหนี่คือเจ้าแรกในตลาดน้ำดื่มที่ผลิตขวดรักโลกไม่พอนะเราจะรู้ได้ไงว่าขวดเขารักโลกนี่เขามีลายดอกไม้ปุ๊กปิ๊กมากนี่มินเนเร่นะคะขอบคุณค่ะอันนี้คือแจกแล้วนี่ล่ะคะไม่ได้ค่ะ มาเลยค่ะนี่คือผลิตภัณฑ์นะคะสวยๆสวัสดีค่ะ Up to you โอ้โหสินค้าเขาน่ารักมากเดี๋ยวจะพามาเที่ยวกันในตรงนี้นะคะมาตรงนี้ค่ะเป็นไบโอพลาสติกนะคะมีหลายแบรนด์เลยใช่ไหมคะสวัสดีค่ะตรงนี้คือพลาสติกทั้งหมดเลยนะคะที่เราจะมาแบบรักโลกพลาสติกเนี่ยไม่ใช่ตัวร้ายไม่ใช่วายร้ายนะคะแต่ว่าเราสามารถจะจัดการให้เป็นเพื่อนสนิทกับเราได้ถ้าเรามีวิธีการจัดการที่ดีค่ะนี่ล่ะนี่คือ up to you เส้นใยยังกระเป๋าสวยมากตังยังมีนะทุกคนสามารถจะมาซื้อหาจับจองได้ดูเลยค่ะนี่คือนวัตกรรมเส้นใยนะคะที่ผลิตจากพลาสติก upcycling บอกเลยว่าไม่ใช่แค่ 10-20% นี่คือ 100% เลยค่ะว้าวสุดยอดแล้วถ้าเกิดใครที่เป็นสายช็อปสายแฟร์นะคะนี่เลย up to you issue คุณผู้ชมดูสิเลิศจะตายเนี่ยเอาไว้กองถ่ายนะดีสุดๆนะคะป้าตามมาตรงนี้ค่ะอุ้ยตรงนี้ก็เป็นโซนแบบเสื้อผ้ากระเป๋ามากมายนี่สายหวานต้องมาเลยไอคอนิกตามเจ้าจ๋ามาต่อค่ะเดินตรงนี้บอกเลยว่าเพลินๆกันเลยนะคะแฟนๆที่ดูไลฟ์อยู่นะคะผ่าน YouTube GC นะคะต้องพกโทรศัพท์แล้วก็ออกมาจากบ้านเลยค่ะมาที่ Paragon Hall แห่งนี้นะคะนี่มีแบรนด์เยอะมากช้อปปิ้งกันจุกๆไปเลยนะคะนี่และนี่ก็ยังเป็นพันธมิตรของเรานะคะอีกหนึ่งส่วนค่ะนี่คือเป๊ปซี่สำนึกซ่ากล้าเปลี่ยนโลกสวัสดีค่ะชูเป๊ปซี่หน่อยเร็วเย้นี่ค่ะเป็นขวดค่ะ RPET ที่สะอาดปลอดภัยแล้วก็เป็นมิตรต่อสิ่งแวดล้อมด้วยค่ะแต่สำหรับตรงนี้นะคะใครที่มีสุนัขมีแมวมีสัตว์เลี้ยงนะคะที่นี่คือพันธมิตรของเราเช่นเดียวกันค่ะที่เป็นสำหรับคน Gen S นะคะเราก็มีผลิตภัณฑ์เยอะมากสำหรับลูกๆที่น่ารักของเราค่ะมาจับจ่ายซื้อหากันได้นะคะโอ้โหน่ารักมากๆเลยค่ะไปกันต่อค่ะ ส่วนนี้นะคะก็จะเป็นพลาสติกแฟนตาสติก by GC ค่ะตรงนี้เป็นดินแดนแห่งการครีเอทีฟนะคะแต่เป็นการครีเอทีฟที่น่าสนใจมากเลยค่ะเพราะว่านี่คือเป็นการทำรีไซเคิล 100% เอาพลาสติกมารีไซเคิลนะคะแล้วก็ทำเป็นของใช้ของฝากของขวัญเป็นของให้ตัวเองก็ได้แฮปปี้สุดๆเลยค่ะมาตรงนี้นะคะโอ้โหเขาแฮปปี้กันมากคนนี้สวยมากต้องดูนี่สาวสวยก็มาร่วมงานกับเราด้วยเลิศมากนี่เต็งกำลังจะทำอะไรคะมะปาง
กำลังจะทำพวงกุญแจค่ะ
นี่เห็นไหมคนสวยๆเขาทำกันใครอยากจะสวยแบบมะปางก็ต้องมาทำพวงกุญแจแบบมะปางนะคะโอ้โหเพิ่งเสวนากันจบเมื่อสักครู่นี้เองเป็นยังไงบ้างคะนี่ค่ะนี่คือดอยคำนี้มีส่วนในการรักโลกอย่างไรบ้างคะพี่คะ
ก็ตอนนี้เอาเรื่องไอซ์ป๊อปเข้ามานะครับอย่างที่บอกอันนี้คือไอศกรีมที่อยู่ในอุณหภูมิห้องนะครับคืออย่าทานเมื่อไหร่เช้าขึ้นเอาใส่ช่องแข็งตกเย็นก็รับประทานได้เลย
โอ้โห
นะครับอันนี้ขายเนี่ยช่วยลดเรื่องของการปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกต่างๆนะครับแล้วก็กล่องกระดาษพวกนี้เนี่ยเป็นรีไซเคิลได้นะครับเรามีแกะล้างเก็บมีอะไรต่ออะไรเข้ามาเพราะฉะนั้นอันเนี้ยเราคิดโดยรอบแล้วเราจึงออกผลิตภัณฑ์ใหม่ออกมานะครับตัวนี้คิดรอบคอบมาก
สุดยอดมากๆจ้าชอบมากนะตัวนี้เนี่ยเป็นการลดการเกิดภาวะเรือนกระจก
ใช่
ดีมากๆเพราะฉะนั้นใครที่เป็น FC ดอยคำนะคะต้องมาอุดหนุนในผลิตภัณฑ์ใหม่เลยใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ครับเพิ่งออกเมื่อเมษายนนี่เองครับ
ไอซ์ป๊อป
แล้วก็เดี๋ยวธันวานี้จะออกอีกตัวหนึ่ง
ดีมากเลยค่ะขอบพระคุณมากค่ะ
ขอบคุณมากครับขอบคุณมากครับ
ดอยคำนี่จ้าก็เลิฟมากๆเลยค่ะอันนี้เป็นอะไรคะเนี่ย
อันนี้ทำจากกระดาษอันนี้
เหรอคะตัวนี้เหรอคะ
นี่คือรีไซเคิลจากกระดาษใช่ครับ
โอ้ my god เราก็จะมีพลาสติกที่อยู่กับเราได้แบบมีความสุขมากๆเลยค่ะ
มีตั้งหลายอย่าง
ขอบพระคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณครับสวัสดีครับ
มาค่ะมาทางนี้ค่ะตามภาษามาทางนี้นี่คือ up to me เป็นเสื้อยืดที่เราสามารถจะทำอะไรก็ได้กับเสื้อยืดของเรานี่คือตัวเดียวในโลกค่ะนี่กำลังทำกันอยู่เลยนะคะแต่ว่าตอนนี้พามาดูตรงนี้ก่อนเลยค่ะตามมาค่ะ
ปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกที่มาจากการใช้พลังงานของโรงงานอุตสาหกรรมหรือข้อ B ปริมาณการปล่อยก๊าซเรือนกระจกจากกิจกรรมต่างๆของมนุษย์ทั้งในรูปแบบองค์กรและผลิตภัณฑ์นะครับถ้าพร้อมแล้วมือวางไว้นะครับมือวางไว้ก่อนจะกดขออนุญาตชมคนสวยกันได้ไหมคะ
สวัสดีค่ะขออนุญาตเข้ามาแวะในเกมโชว์หน่อยได้ไหมคะ
คุณไม่ต้องอยู่เวทีนี้ต่อไปเป
ลี่ยนตัวเหรอได้ค่ะขออนุญาตแนะนำคนที่ชมอยู่ทางไลฟ์นะคะ YouTube GC ค่ะตอนนี้คือกิจกรรมอะไรคะเนี่ย
เป็นกิจกรรมแบทเทิลตอบคำถามของทาง GC เกี่ยวกับเรื่องของภาวะเรือนกระจกแล้วก็ก๊าซคาร์บอนไดออกไซด์
ค่ะเพราะนี่คือ Net Zero Hero Arena นั่นเองนะคะเป็นกิจกรรมที่น่าสนใจมากๆจะรู้สึกเหมือนว่าตรงนี้เนี่ยเป็นรายการทีวีอ่ะพวกคุณนี่ทำให้แบบจะรู้สึกเหมือนอยู่บ้านแต่มากเลยที่ถูกต้อง
นะคะถ้ายังไงนะคะแบบว่าเกิดว่าใครอยากจะมาดูตอนนี้ก็ตามมาได้นะคะ
เรียนเชิญมาได้เลยนะคะที่ Paragon Hall อันนี้อยู่ด้านในสุดเลย
ใช่ค่ะ
นะคะแล้วก็คนที่อยู่ที่บ้านนะคะดูไลฟ์อยู่ลุกออกมาเลยค่ะเราเดินทางมาเลยตอนนี้คือคำถาม
ใช่นี่เพิ่งจะคำถามที่1นะคะเป็นคำถามไม่ยาก
คือข้อใดอุ๊ย
ลองดูไหมคะว่าการแข่งขันจะฟีลประมาณไหนเมื่อกี้ถามเสร็จเรียบร้อยบอกช้อยส์เรียบร้อยกำลังจะบอกให้กดเพื่อตอบเพราะฉะนั้นลองดูไหมคะให้สิทธิ์คุณจ๋านับ3 2 1แล้วบอกกดค่ะ
3 2 1กดค่ะ
เดี๋ยวเมื่อกี้ฟาวค่ะกดก่อน
รอ
เขาก็กดนะคะ
เอาล่ะ
ค่อยที
เอามือจับหู
จับติ่งหูค่ะ
เอาละค่ะ
สนุกสนาน
ฟูดปรินท์คือข้อใด3 2 1ค่ะ1ค่ะ3 2 1กดค่ะ
ตอบค่ะตอบข้อ B คุณจ๋าคะดูเฉลยข้อ B เป็นคำตอบที่ถูกต้องค่ะ ขอรางวัลให้คุณจ๋าค่ะ ไม่ใช่คุณจ๋าคะฝากไว้ด้วยตรงนี้มีตุ๊กตาแจกด้วยนะคะ ขอตุ๊กตามาโชว์ขอตุ๊กตามาโชว์เร็วขายของ
เลยไม่ต้องโชว์เดี๋ยวไปหาเองค่ะ
เร็ว
เราไปดูตุ๊กตากันก่อนดีกว่านะคะ
ให้คุณจ๋าได้ไหมให้คุณจ๋าไปเลยฝากคุณจ๋าโปรโมทด้วยน้องห่วงใยและน้องรักโลกคุณจ๋าค่ะอุ้มไปตลอดงานเลยนะคะเอาละค่ะขอบคุณคุณจ๋าด้วยนะคะ มาต่อค่ะ
ไปค่ะน้องห่วงใยแล้วก็น้องรักโลกสวัสดีค่ะนี่คือกิจกรรมที่ต้องบอกคุณผู้ชมเลยค่ะว่าสนุกมากๆเลยนะคะเมื่อกี้ที่ใครได้ดูจะแต่อยู่นะคะแล้วก็บอกว่าโอ้โหอยากจะมาร่วมงานนี้จังเลยมันคึกคืนคึกคักจังเลยบอกเลยว่าถูกต้องแล้วค่ะเรียนเชิญเลยค่ะเพราะว่าพอคุณสแตมป์ครบนะคะโชว์ไอเทมรักโลกหรืออะไรก็ตามเนี่ยเราจะมารับกระเป๋าโชว์กระเป๋าหน่อยได้ไหมคะนี่คือของเราที่จะแจกให้กับทุกคนนะคะส่วนถ้าเกิดว่าใครที่อยากจะเล่นเกมนี่ค่ะคือของแจกของเราเพียงแค่คุณร่วมกิจกรรมของเราครบ3ด่านนะคะแล้วก็นี่ถ้าใครที่ไม่อยากอยู่ในกิจกรรมตรงนี้แล้วก็มาตอบเองคนเดียวตรงนี้แล้วก็รับต้นไม้ไปได้เลยนี่น่ารักมากๆเลยละค่ะไปค่ะตามเจ้าสาวมาเลยนี่ค่ะแล้วเจ้าสาวต้องขออนุญาตมาบอกกับคุณผู้ชมตรงนี้นะคะว่านี่คือโลกของคน Gen S ค่ะแล้วเราก็ถึงเวลาแล้วนะคะที่จะปลุกความเป็นคน Gen S ในตัวของคุณค่ะ Generation Sustainability นะคะกับโซลูชันด้านความยั่งยืนค่ะ GC Sustainable Living Symposium 2023 VR Gen S ค่ะจากวันที่เราเคยพูดว่าโลกของเราร้อนแล้ววันนี้ค่ะโลกของเราสู่วิกฤตเดือดแล้วแต่ว่าเราสามารถจะกู้โลกได้ค่ะด้วยการที่เรากลายเป็นคน Gen S นะคะเรามาช่วยกันแก้ปัญหากับโลกใบนี้กันค่ะขอเชิญทุกคนนะคะสามารถจะมาเที่ยวงานนี้ได้นะคะที่ Paragon Hall ชั้น 5 นะคะตลอดทั้งวันนี้เลยค่ะแล้วก็เราจะมีกิจกรรมมากมายนะคะอยู่ที่บริเวณบนเวทีนะคะซึ่งตอนบ่ายก็จะมีเซสชั่นเสวนาค่ะเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของการอยู่และเรื่องของการท่องเที่ยวค่ะวันนี้หมดเวลาแล้วนะคะจ้าจ๋าขอตัวลาไปก่อนค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to be in this session. Of course, GC said that we have to eat, live, and travel sustainably. Today, I'm in the part of living. I'm like a representative of Gen S. People may wonder what Gen S is. We know Gen X, Gen Y, right? But what is Gen S? How can we live sustainably? And living sustainably, people may think that how we have to adjust ourselves to live sustainably. Today we have the answer for how to live sustainably and happily. And let's find the answer together. About what Gen S is, I may have some questions about it, and I may have a lot of doubts about Gen S. Let's explore the answers together about how to live sustainably. Today we have representatives who are the speakers to explore the answers together. How to live sustainably. First, let me invite the speakers to be on the stage to have a discussion and answer the questions. First, let me invite Kun Suthipong Limsila, Head of Corporate Strategy, Kao Industrial, Thailand. Hello. Next, Kun Chalirat Taojarat, the Director of Customer Satisfaction, Sanseri Mahachon Public Company Limited. And the last
Next,
one is
Kun Jarin Porn. She has a fan clubs with her. And the last speaker today, Kun Ari Yu Kong from Phước Suan Farm, Rayong. Hello, everyone. So I would like to welcome the 4 speakers who's going to be representing how we can live sustainably. And the representative from Gen S, this is the new generation, which we would like to ask you all to be a part of this Gen S and see how we can live sustainably. First, may I ask representative from KO. KO is probably one of the companies that we are familiar with the products, and it's the products in our daily life, whether it's from our hair products, skin products, or included in KO products. I would like to ask about the concept, the business concept on how to operate sustainably. So first of all, I would like to thank GC inviting me to be the speaker today, and I feel really honored to be here today. My name is Suthipong Limsila. I'm the head of corporate strategy, Kao Industry Thailand Company Limited. First, may I introduce Kao International. We established in Japan 135 years ago, and in Thailand, Kao Industry established in 1964, and next year we will become 60 years. We have 10 brands under Kao Industrial, whether it's Attack, Fasa, Hiter, Lolive, Maurice, Mask, and Biore. Actually, Kunter is the presenter of Biore, and we also have Fasa, Hair Dye, Lise. We have various products, about 500 items, and we have a lot of chemicals used in our production. In 2020, we have announced our vision as sustainably as the only path, because we believe that sustainable is the only way to protect our lives. We have come to a point where economy and the environment and sustainability is not an option. It's the only way out for anybody on this planet. We're not in the state of global warming. It's global boiling, which is affecting the temperature. And in Thailand, we are the top 10 country who are the Global Climate Risk Index. So Kao Industrial has set up our vision for sustainability, which we call ESG or Kirei Lifestyle Plan. There are 19 actions in this lifestyle for sustainability. So the first principle is that the consumers are the most driven factor. So first, making every day beautiful. We want to improve the quality of life of the Thai people through our Kao products. So all our products are safe to the consumers. We have a lot of activities to help raise awareness regarding sustainability. And secondly is what we call making thoughtful choices for society. So all our brands, we want to simplify people's lifestyle through our innovation products. We try to raise awareness among the youth to be more aware of the environment and raise awareness of a sustainable lifestyle. We have a lot of youth joining our campaign, about approximately 6,000 students, and actually the Thai student won the award for 2 consecutive years already. And thirdly is what we call making the world healthier and cleaner. So our aim is to achieve net zero in 2040. We are doing everything to control energy consumption in our manufacturing and try to use energy consumption efficiently. Next year, we will be using renewable energy for 100%, and in 2040, our aim is all plastic packaging in Thailand will have to have net zero, meaning that the plastic packaging will have to be equivalent to the plastic that we take in for recycling. And lastly is the monitoring. Our policy is very clear about monitoring to promote transparency. And it might not be always easy, but we have to be on the path of transparency. It reflects through our various awards. So I would like to end my speech here first. That's great to get to know Kao Industrial. It seemed like you are very responsible to the society. For example, the plastics that you are going to generate only as much as you can take back. And this is not an option, but it's the only way out. This is not for our generation, but it's for the future generation, because Kao has been in Thailand for more than 60 years and 130 years worldwide. So this is a very great product. So now let's move to Sansiri. We all know that Sansiri promotes sustainability. So do you have any kind of principle or concept for your residents? So Sansiri, I believe that a lot of people know that we are a property developer and we do condominiums. So sustainability to us, there are many aspects. Before we focus in sustainable, we try to promote all the houses to be more durable. We hope that all the houses will have to remain strong for the 20 to 30 years ahead. But I know that sustainable is becoming very serious. So for Sansiri, we are really focused on sustainability, whether it's the raw material, for example, green cement, that would help reduce global warming, calculating the wind flow so that we can reduce the use of air conditioning, or we can live comfortably in the house using less energy. And also Sansiri have 2 aspects that we are doing. First is the construction. Our aim is to achieve net zero in 2050. So that's like nearly 30 years ahead, because everything takes time and it's not going to be easy. And when we build anything, we probably will have to rely on a lot of our partners, whether it's all the raw materials from the construction. We need to have partners or suppliers who share the same goal with us. But at the same time, when we look after all the residential people in the village, there are many campaigns that we are trying to reach the consumers. Firstly, we try to educate them to adjust and adapt or change their behavior towards sustainability. For example, recycle projects and sensory backyard, which is promoting vegetables plantation. All these things we are trying for quite some time now, maybe 4 to 5 years now. And this is what we are trying to educate the people in our projects. There's actually many principles in terms of sustainability. It could be green, social, environment, in terms of the social aspects. This is one of our mission as well. Sansiri, we are completing 40 years next year. So we are trying to return benefits to the society. We are trying to use space that are waiting to be developed and make it a park so that the people in our projects can use it as a park. You may have visited Sensory Backyard, and we have land that we are waiting to be developed in Chiang Mai, which we gave to the Elephant Association so that they can plant grass, and which that will be the feed for the elephants. These are all the projects. Maybe it's not really relating to building house, but our management foresee that we need to raise awareness to, firstly, the employee, for the employee to really understand what is sustainability, what is social responsibility. So we have a lot of campaigns going on. So this is sensory perspective regarding sustainability, and probably a lot of people are not actually thinking of like the wind flow. What we look of is the feng shui of the house, but sensory is more than that. They even consider the wind flow, which direction will be the sun rays, or the sunset, or the sunrise, and it's about the building method. But we also consider feng shui as well. So all sensory residents can be confident about the feng shui. I have visited sensory backyard. You have cantaloupe, so we can even reserve our cantaloupe. We have a butterfly park. You have fish pond. And working with the farmers stores, and the clients can have a nice walk at sensory backyard. We have fish pond because sensory backyard is next to sensory headquarters. So all the food waste from sensory headquarters will be used. First of all, it will be freezed and then sent to this fish pond as the fish feeds. So this is what we call sustainable. It has to complete the cycle. This is very sustainable. So next, we're going to talk to the representative of Gen S. Many people might wonder, what is Gen S? So Kun Тэй is another generation that I think still in your teens, but we are the Gen S teen that think that sustainability is very important.
I would say that Gen S can be any generation, but we have to have the heart for sustainability. In your opinion, as you are a superstar, how do you transform yourself to live sustainably? I would say that it starts from, can we start just now? How I come to this point. It comes from, I love nature. I love to be in nature. I got a chance to help an elephant so that the elephant will be like the teacher for boys, for children, to teach EE, environmental education. I learned about elephants even more than I know. In general, I only know that elephants have long ears, long tails. When I bring the elephant, I know a lot more about the elephants, about how important is elephant to the ecological system. How does the elephant live? So this can lead me is like this. When we know about something in depth, we would have a more caring mind and want to preserve that. So this is the starting point where I got to work on environmental education center. It is the environmental education center that is the beginning of what I like. However, if I want to represent myself as Gen S, I would say that I am the person who wants to be a good Gen S member. To be Gen S, purely Gen S, it may be so difficult, but I would say that I will try to be a good Gen S citizen. What is your definition of Gen S? On the stage, everyone is the manufacturers. I want to represent myself as a consumer. If I compare myself as a consumer, a sustainable consumer, I need to know my requirements first and learn to try to use enough. And then I can return to the society. This is from my definition. You are the representative as a consumer who is a Gen S. It is about sufficiency in your opinion, right? Yes. And now let's go to another manufacturer, Kun Ari. Of course, many people may not know her, but Kun Ari used to be a company employee. She decided to quit the job, which is quite stable, and turn to go farming for the sustainability of her own self. What is your perspective of living sustainably? Actually, in the past, I used to work as an employee at a company. I studied about community development, but I worked as a secretary or an admin for 7 to 8 years. And then I felt that in the 7th or 8th year of work, I lost my passion of working permanently in a company. It's normal for graduates to work from dawn to dusk without tiredness or boredom. But then, as time goes by, I just feel that I do the job as it is my duty. I was getting sick of Monday. I was so sick of Monday. I was sick of every day. If you have that feeling, you may think about changing your job. Why do I change to do farming? I am the descendant of farmers. My parents are farmers, so I'm familiar with farming and I love farming. I love growing plants. That is the point which I turned to do farming. When I worked as a company employee, I had a hobby of having a shop for plants or do the gardening. And then at some point, which I was so sick of being a company employee, I turned to be a farmer. At เพื่อนสวน farm, we grow melon, Japanese nuts, and safe or biodegradable vegetables. So these are the products of your farm, right? Yes. And my farm is in Rayong. They are all very pleasant to eat. is so round. The melons are so round and look so delicious. We use GAP process. What is it? What is GAP? Good agriculture practice. It means the practice of good farming, which is standard, similar to GMP in industrial, but for farming is GAP. If you are not in the field, you may not understand what GAP is. GAP and organic, what is the difference? Actually, GAP, we can use chemical fertilizers for GAP process, but we need to have safety. We need to take note of what kind of chemical fertilizer is used after some time, after the harvest, for safety. So GAP is not a dangerous system as long as we follow the regulations in line with the standard. But for organic, everything needs to come from nature, including fertilizers, natural fertilizers, biological fertilizers, no chemical at all. People might ask me, a lot of people ask me about whether hydroponics are dangerous. I had an idea that if it's organic, it comes from soil. So when vegetables are planted in water with chemicals, is it dangerous? Is it going to cause cancer? It is half right and half wrong, because the system of hydroponics use chemical fertilizers. For the word chemical, when you hear the word chemical, you might think that chemical is dangerous, but let's look at this in two ways. Dangerous chemicals are used to control pests. This is 100% dangerous if it's used immediately, but fertilizers are actually not dangerous because plants cannot categorize whether they get the fertilizers from chemical or biodegradable. They are all N grade. As long as they are used properly, chemical fertilizers are not a villain. We have to communicate with consumers about this. When we hear the word chemical, we may be shocked. So, if chemicals are used as pesticide, it's dangerous, but chemical fertilizers are not dangerous at all. For sustainable living, you can see the farm which is all clean, which is so good for the harvest. We try to reduce the use of chemicals. We are not 100% organic. We have organics, chemicals, but everything is 100% safe. We use greenhouse for safety, for the reduction of fertilizers. To live sustainably is not only the company to pass on sustainability to consumers as the producer, like Sansiri or the farm of Pikik and Bio Kao. We have to cultivate information on sustainability to employees and then pass on to outside people. Of course, Kao is a large company with a lot of SKUs, with a lot of consumers. When you cultivate your staff about this idea, how do you do it?
I would like to show you one picture. I like this picture a lot because first of all, we have to stimulate people, not just the people in the organization. I mean, everyone. We have to make them understand what is sustainable or sustainability. Actually, it has a very deep meaning, but a very easy thing to understand is whatever you do should not have any negative impact to the future generation. I think this is a very easy way to understand sustainable. So for this picture, you can see you cannot let the future generation to show signs and say that you'll die of old age while we die of climate change. Don't let this happen. So I think we need to raise awareness and make people really understand about sustainable. Secondly, we have to create linkage. When I say linkage, I mean that how we can link between our daily life and sustainability. For example, if it's a corporate, we should have a sustainable plan together with an operational plan. So, and for the general public, we need to adjust. So for me, when I go to the office, I love to print and then highlight text so that it would help me memorize. But now we can read everything in the computer and we can use highlights, everything just like on paper. Or in the olden days, we buy coffee, we go for a drive-through. Once we finish, we throw the glass away. But now we can use our own tumbler, or we can refuse any plastic utensils. These are all trying to build a linkage between daily life and sustainability. And thirdly, I think this is also very important, that is create or engage participatory. Look at this image here. Even though you can see a huge sign saying no dump of waste, but look at the garbage in front of that sign. They'll probably be rich from the fine. So you can see that we are so far from respecting rules and regulations. And if everybody still thinks that being a part of sustainability or sustainability is not everybody's responsibility, I think that is a wrong mindset. Everybody have to collaborate, everybody have to help. So for KO, we try to raise awareness for the employee that waste or plastic is not a hazardous waste. I have to thank GC because we are working with GC. We are trying to show to the employee that we can create benefits from these plastics. So within these 3 months, we ask the employee to segregate all the waste, especially plastic bottles, and then we give all these plastic bottles to GC to make it upcycled, and they made it into medical equipment. We managed to collect about 12,000 bottles, and GC upcycled it to 1,100 medical kits. So this is a collaboration between me and GC to donate this medical kit to hospitals. And KO also works with Siam, Piwat, Unilever, and Tetra Pak to have a drop point or a drive-through recycle collection center. We started in 2019 until 2021. Within these 3 years, we managed to collect about 500 tons of waste, recyclable waste. And our strategy, this is at the strategy at the corporate level, and we have a sustainable operational plan. Everything we do, we have to be environmental friendly, which is reduce, reuse, replace, and recycle. This is the 4R principles that we base our operation upon. So when we say reduce, we mean when it's the plastic bottle packaging, it used to be quite thick, but the thickness we try to reduce, because now there's a technology that we can strengthen the bottles with less plastic, which is GC's technology, which we are using. Or we try to change from plastic to sachets. So in the same volume, we can reduce about 50% of plastic use, and that helps reduce global warming. And we also try to replace plastic with plant-based plastics, what we call bio-PET, which is from plant. And for packaging, so it's very difficult to recycle. We are trying to improve the innovation so it can be 100% recyclable. And we try to collect all the plastic packaging and recycle it to packaging again. So we managed to do about 28% recycling of our own packaging. These are all the things that KO has been doing to, as part of helping sustainability from the employee level, corporate level, and the public level. So these things will not be possible if the consumers don't cooperate or don't work with us. Start from segregating your own waste and return it to the drop point where the government sector and the private sector has set up, and then all those waste will come back into the system and what we call circular system, and we can recycle those waste and use it again. Thank you.
It's just excellent. Actually, the beginning is the manufacturers are those who have done many things as a cycle, but the starting point is consumers. If we start from our own selves, can you make an observation that Kao products in Japan, they all use sachets. We usually don't have large bottles for packaging. They would buy large containers and use them at home. So this can help to live sustainably, and we can grow together with Kao. As for Sansiri, you just mentioned that the food, the leftovers for employees can be used as food for the fish in the pond. How do you link living sustainably in the organization and outside? In the organization, Sansiri is quite serious, and we have worked on this for quite some time. In the past 3 to 4 years until now, we worked on recycling plastic. Sansiri is outstanding in terms of design. We have designed colorful garbage bins, but finally nobody can remember what kind of plastic would be disposed in what color of the garbage bins. We have to start from employees, and since then we do not change the color of the garbage bin. We try to use graphics for people to remember this easily. Our employees, more than 90%, would have their own waste, their own garbage bin, tumbler. What happens is we can reduce a large amount of plastic in the company, but there's a lot of plastic outside of the company. People may think that plastic is a burden in their life. What can we do if we are in front of the plastic bin? They do not know how to throw away ice or anything in different kinds of garbage bins. We need to make communications campaign about what plastic is, what is clean plastic. Until now, I believe that our employees can do a good job, and then we pass on the information to community people. The projects of Sansiri use graphics to maintain the consistency. For the graphics, we still keep the graphics, but if it's the segment that is affordable, we try to make our consumers remember our campaign, and we work in collaboration with GC in drive-through. Our residents can go to the drive-through area, which serves as a recycling station. It looks colorful and beautiful. We achieved a huge success. Not only people know more about plastic, as we are adjacent to a prep school. The headmaster of the school contacted us that it is quite interesting, and they want this design to show their students about how to dispose garbage. They know a lot about garbage, even more than we do. They know how to separate waste. They grow in this area, so they are very good at separating waste. This is quite making us proud. We are the generation which just started to take a try to do it more properly in the future. And as for other stuff, in last year we worked with GC on one campaign to upcycle products. When our residents buy a house or condo, we design the transfer bag with GC Pachara, with Pipachara. We want to show our residents that the transfer bag does not look old-fashioned anymore. You can go to the booth of Sansiri to see how modern it looks like. We worked in coordination with Kun Facha, who is the designer. It is even more gorgeous. We use recycled plastic for upcycling to be used as furniture. We make use of more plastic, and we think that in the future, if we can use plastic for curtains or any kind of furniture, Sansiri would help reduce plastic in the world, as it can be shown in Santasiri project, which is our new project, which will be actually implemented by the swimming pool. And we can reduce plastic bottles by 275 PET bottles, which is quite huge. Another project is Sansiri Food Waste Campaign. We started to feel that we have a garden nearby. We have vegetables which do not look beautiful, but they are so of high value. So we implemented this campaign with Villa and others to show that although they don't look good, they are still good. They are still edible. So we have the perspective of fruit and vegetables that people can buy and use them to cook food, according to this presentation. So we have cute campaigns to integrate some lifestyles to look more lively, and more importantly, our team will not be bored with coming up with campaigns in many aspects that can be done. And the last one is the design of the home. We have green living designed home in many areas, solar, EV, green glass. We have been trying to develop this even more. Sansiri cannot do this alone. We need partners. We don't produce everything all by ourselves. So in the future, in the long term, we have to continue working on this. But we believe that this is doable. We can see this in a more concrete manner from the perspective of Sansiri. For the past 4 to 5 years, it's about 4 years already with Sansiri backyard. It is the point where many people want to go. I like the cycle, the roundabout that can lead us to throw away the garbage, because I believe that many residents would feel that if they keep carrying the garbage bags, and they would feel that it's going to take quite a long distance. But with the drive-through area, it is easier for them to dispose of the garbage, and they can cultivate the knowledge to the employees in the company, and the team can enjoy themselves in the designing of the campaign. And next, Kun Tei, as you are a new generation who has been trying to adjust yourself, let me ask you, previously you worked on fashion. How do you adjust yourself? How is it difficult for you to adjust yourself? Let me say that as I work in the entertainment sector, it has to do with luxury. I did not know this before. I did not know I was a consumer who want to get things. When I see anything I like, I keep buying them. So sometimes when I buy a lot, I keep wondering if we really want to get this. Is it from our own needs? Is it because we want to be accepted by people in the society to carry this kind of bag? Is it because of the lack of sufficiency from our own mind? And one day when I moved my house, I was so shocked that why I am a small person, why do I have so many clothes? To the extent that I have to hire a studio to sell the clothes. But for other people, they can have a live broadcast to sell their clothes. But for me, I have more than thousands of clothes. I have to hire a place to store my clothes and use the money from the selling of the clothes. So that could raise my awareness that I am a consumer without any feeling of sufficiency at all. It's not only me who feel painful, but when I look at you, I am also painful. Even now, I still keep buying products. I enjoy fashion and I quite enjoy it, but I have to keep reminding myself that whenever I want to buy something or use something, I have to think even more. I would not think that I work so hard today and I'm so tired. I will just buy something to indulge myself. Do you still feel hurt from what I said? Yes. But of course, I believe that teenagers like me, when we want to adjust ourselves to turn to be Gen S, to meet our own needs, it's not easy at all. It has to go through a lot of processes. As I listen to the speakers, when we have to change some kind of behavior, we need to be dedicated. As a consumer, I am more conscious than before, and I feel that I enjoy the manufacturers who care about the environment and the society. As I am a small consumer, I'm more aware of sustainability. However, I think that from the perspective of consumers, if everyone is all conscious and do things together, but as a manufacturer who tries to do everything to make contributions to the society, it's going to cause a lot of impact. I'm very proud when I heard Kao say that they changed their packaging to use less plastic. I'm a presenter of BORE. As a presenter, I feel so proud because it is the path to create impact for a change. Yes. So we can start from now, even though it's difficult, we should start from today. I myself am the same. I have over 1,000 of clothes as I am an MC. I must not wear the same clothes when I go to an event with one suit. When I go to any event, the client would request the color of that event, like navy blue, blue, or green. So I would go back home and hire a place to store my clothes. But I enjoyed myself even more now. I don't buy any new things. I use all my old stuff. So it means that I can enjoy myself to do the mix and match. Plus some kind of elements of sustainability. Today I don't buy any new stuff because I have everything completely. I learn to be more sufficient. So we can start from our own selves, especially those who think that it's difficult. When they can do it, everyone else can do it too. When people look at you, like the blue suit is just blue. they don't see the shade of blue. So this is a small tip. So now let's go back to the farming. It's quite difficult. It's quite far away from us. I believe that people in the urban area living in condominiums, townhome and townhouses is quite far away from the beginning, especially from the permanent employee to a farmer. During the hot season for planting cactus, I cannot grow any plants. It's not easy at all. It's quite a stuff that is so far away.
It's actually not far. It's really related to us. For employee who wants to become farmer, is it difficult? Well, yes, it is difficult, but there is nothing impossible if we really put our mind to it. So for me, I didn't graduate in agriculturing, but because I like to learn about it, we can slowly learn about it. I have a lot of people asking me when they come to my farm and they think that it looks good, they think that it might be a occupation that gives us freedom, and they would like to try. And they ask me where to start. Start from asking yourself first. Asking yourself whether you really want to do farming. Because farming, there's many levels of farming. So for example, people who are employee, they just want to do it as a hobby or doing it at the backyard, some vegetable growing. Well, you might just have to use basic skills for that. But if you want to have an advanced level, you want to grow and sell within the village, maybe you have to search more information in the internet to really understand how to plant and get more products. And then maybe another level is after retiring, you want to change a piece of land that you already have into a farm to generate some income once you retire. Then you really have to start learning, research, find what you're going to do, where you're going to sell those products. And then if you want to up a bit more, like for me, I'm like a manufacturer, then you really have to ask yourself, because for farming, when you are really going to do farming as your main income, it's not easier. A hobby is fine, but if you really want to do it as an occupation, and if you're going to do it as a hobby, you don't have to think of the cost, the benefit. Just look at it growing. It's so happy. Whether it generates income or not, that's okay. But once you do it as an occupation, you have a lot of staff, you have to help. It's more pressuring. It has to be good. It has to be able to sell. So my recommendation, if you live in the urban or you're a full-time employee, maybe you are not thinking of a serious farming, maybe you can start something very easy like planting, doing microgreen. Because farming in modern days, you don't need to do a serious plot for plantation. There are so many new technology and innovations that has developed farming like microgreen. You only need the seed and plant it in a shady space, maybe in your kitchen. 5 to 7 days, you already get the products. Maybe you can start something easy so that you feel encouraged. Soybean, I've done that. You just put soybean in tissue and that's great. 7 days, we can eat it. Start from something small. If we start something difficult like kale and you fail, then you'll be discouraged. Or chili might be a bit too difficult. So have to start something easy. And if you really to do farming as occupation, you have to think of the business aspect of it as well. It's not enough just to know about agriculturing. You have to admit that once you get the products, you need to sell. So you have to understand about doing business, understand about selling your market. So there's that aspect you need to consider as well. So first of all, you need to ask yourself, are you really serious about doing farming? If you're serious, then you can talk to me about it. So it's not easy, but it's not impossible if you're really set your mind to it. So start from something easy. Don't do something that is just too much for me. I'm just going to start with like green beans or maybe melon. I may have to go to your farm instead. So we have a lot of visitors saying that they want to grow melon and they ask how can they do it. I'm happy to give you the knowledge, but I suggest that you should start small, maybe about 3 by 5 square meters, about 3 to 5 plants, and then try that, and then you can decide whether you want to extend it. One more thing that a lot of people probably overlooked in terms of farming is profit, loss, costs. Sometimes we don't think about it. So for example, if we buy fertilizers and we have to calculate how far that fertilizer will go. It's very detailed, all this calculation. And one more problem for farmers is that sometimes farmers cannot dictate the price. In the traditional way of plantation, the farmers are very good at growing, but they don't know how to sell, so they have to go through the middleman, and the middleman will be the person who set the price, and you just have to go with whatever price they offer because you don't have the power to negotiate. So if you're going to think of it as an occupation, you have to understand and upskill your marketing aspect skill as well. So maybe I probably just plan for myself to eat in the household. Yeah, that is a good way of starting. So from talking to the 4 speakers, we have realized that whether it's the big organization, they want to pass through their sustainability to the residents, to the consumers, and consumer like Kun Tơi would like to raise awareness that consumers should be aware of the environment. So now we would like to hear from the 4 of you is as to how sustainable living really benefit oneself and benefit the society and benefit the world, and how can you become Gen S? So may I start with K.O.
I still feel painful from what they just said. Everyone is painful. As I mentioned at the very beginning, sustainability is not the solution, it's not the choice, but it's the path to survival no matter who you are. This is the picture that I want to show you, that the United States has developed the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 Sustainable Development Goals with 17 colors for Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations. The 17th goal, partnership, can make everything come true. Everyone has to partner with each other. If we start as an individual, family, organization, large or small, the government sector, the national level, we have to collaborate with each other. If we can start anything from our own selves, just do it right now. And then we can pass on the beautiful world to the next generation. Some have said that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if we want to go even faster, we have to go fast together. So let's go fast together. K.O. makes everything meaningful to life. It's super. So we have to go together quickly, together. What about Sansiri? As I said, actually everyone is aware of the fact that sustainability cannot go by anyone alone. Sansiri is a community. In our community, there are many partners who would ask us to set up a garbage bin or do anything else. Sansiri is quite pleased. No matter whether it's e-waste by AIS or any kinds of plastic, we have worked on that throughout many years. And even for when we want to achieve net zero, we have about 30 more years to go. Next year, we hope to have green cement with an affordable price for consumers. We would have electricity and anything else which is more affordable with some support from the government so that we can produce good stuff to end users or consumers in the future. We look forward to that for sure, because as for the electricity, my electricity bill is quite costly. I love dogs. I want my dogs to be in an air-conditioned room. We do many things, including EV charger. We try to encourage our residents to make use of recyclable energy. This is a great thing because it can live sustainably in the form of Sansiri. Third, as a representative of Gen S, how would you invite people to be Gen S? The word sustain. People would think that it is about environment only. But in reality, sustainability is in our own mindset. For the living, eating, or buying things, it's everything. To me, don't be too stressed out. When we say that we have to care about the environment, we may think that it's a huge thing. We should do it gradually, because once we are aware of the fact about something, for example, when I am aware of the number of my clothes, I would challenge myself in a fun way, that I would go to put the stuff that I want to buy in the basket without actual buying. If it is a must, well, then we have to buy it. However, if we can skip it, that may not be that necessary for us. So don't hurry. When we can do it, we can take pride in ourselves. So I would like to invite Gen S, when you are into something, when you are aware of something, just do it in a fun way. Don't ever think to be green all the way through. Just do it step by step. When we go all together, it's going to have more power and energy. Excellent. As a representative of Gen S, we should start from our own self, doing something small. Like, you have to think whether that is necessary. If not, just skip it. And one more thing, please choose the product. Now we have a lot of innovative products which are quite interesting. Each manufacturer would try to develop a product that is environmentally friendly and care about consumers. So we should learn to enjoy the products, because we have to enjoy and use the products anyway. We should use the packaging that is environmentally friendly. So that is going to be a good option. It is all good. It's quite important, because when we choose a product, some houses may use a sunscreen lotion. And when it is so hot, we would use a large amount of lotion and then throw away the packaging before that packaging comes back for our next use. It's time consuming. Now, PRE, as you are a representative, you are the one who live the most sustainably, right? Do you agree? Yeah, agree. PRE is the one who live the most sustainably. As the one who live the most sustainably, how would you pass on the message to others?
So, following what Kun Teur has just mentioned about choosing packagings from manufacturer that environmental friendly, so the same when you consume products, agricultural products, you should promote products that comes from farmers who are concerned about environment, like organic or GMP farmers. Please support them, because when we do organic farming, that it costs a lot, much more than using chemicals because you need to use more products and more frequent. So when we sell, we need to sell organic products higher than general products or general vegetables. So if the consumer helps support the farmers, it would encourage them to produce good quality products for us to consume. And as Kao has mentioned that one person doing it will not be able to success. To create a safe farming sector, you have to do it together. For example, bees. Bee travels for 3 kilometers. If it goes to a farm that use chemicals, even though it comes back to an organic farming, it would die, it wouldn't survive. So this kind of natural insects die. So I think we all have to support organic products. Please don't bargain the products, but we need to promote and support them. And if we try to plan it ourselves, we will understand how difficult it is, and you are happy. You will be happy to support them. Try grow melon and you'll understand how difficult it is. And today I feel really honored that I am here to speak with the 4 speakers who represent sustainable living, and be happy with the living as well, passing a better future for our future generation. Thanks to 4 speakers, Kun Sudipong, Lim Sila, Kao Industrial. And thank you, Ms. Charilak Tarat, Vice President of Corporate Marketing, CRM and Partnerships, and Ms. Zarinporn, Influencer, and Kun Ari from Phuen Suan Farm, Rayong, representing the true sustainable living. Thank you very much to the 4 speakers. We would like to give the 4 speakers a break, and then after this, apart from eating, how we eat, how we live, the next topic which I would like to encourage everybody to talk about is tourism. Why tourism is important, this will be the next sector session. We have Kun Bai Tong, Miss Earth Thailand, and she conserves the environment with many organizations. She will be the moderator for the next session, which is the trend of low carbon tourism. That's the end for me. We'll take a break here and then we'll discuss about low carbon together later. So I'm a conservator with a crown. I will be the moderator for today. And today, this is the last day of the event. So if you hear my voice, please all come together in front of the stage so that we can discuss and understand a bit more. Because during these 2 days, we have been trying to understand about Gen S. And I guess everybody understand now that Gen S is sustainability. And that is to help each other build a sustainable living. In this section, it will be, we have many panel talks. Sustainable is very related to us, whether it's about eating, living, and the last topic is about tourism. The low carbon tourism. How can we create a low carbon tourism? Today we'll find out that. And I'm not here alone. I have a lot of speakers from the government sector and also representatives from tourists who will be joining me on stage. So now I would like to welcome my speakers. There are 4 speakers together. First, please welcome Mr. Jirawadi Kunsap, Executive Director, Office of the Governor, Tourism Authority of Thailand, and from Sing Park, Thailand, Mr. Chawang Kongsap. And the third speaker, Chemtrail Provision, Mrs. Pavida Bowell. And the last speaker, our influencer, Mr. Jesadaphon Phondi. Kun Tik is not alone today. He has all his fan clubs with him. Hello, all 4 of you. And hello to all the audience. So today is very special. It's not very easy to get all honorable speakers here on stage together, whether it's the government sector, individual and private sector, and a true tourists. I would like to first start, may I call you all P? So first ask Tourism Authority of Thailand, as you are the representative. Once, if anybody look at Tourism Authority of Thailand, you represent Thailand tourism. Do you have a way to promote low carbon tourism? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I was so shocked by the screaming for Kun Tik. As TAT, we work on tourism, which is low carbon sustainability. We have worked on this for about 30 years. At that time, low carbon did not exist yet. But we look at the global trend about tourists who wish to travel sustainably with low carbon is quite huge. 69% of tourists all over the world would like to travel sustainably in 2023. According to this trend, TAT came up with many activities to promote and educate tourists in Thailand and from overseas. You can see from many examples that the project that is responsible for supply side or tourists, that these would focus on people involved in the value chain for tourism to be concerned about the environment, especially for low carbon. So it means that we try to have tourists in Thailand to be aware of this, right? To know what low carbon is exactly. And we will talk about the projects that would allow tourists to join in. And next, for Sing Park, as a representative for tourism, we have a large area. Why do you want to change Sing Park to be a conservative tourist site? Actually, Sing Park started 30 years ago. our first intention was to make use of this area to grow barley for beer. People know that Sing Park is under the supervision of Bunrod Brewery, but it would not be a success by then. So we transformed the area so that we can live with the community, because over 6,800 acres has a lot of villages. What should we do so that we can live in harmony with people in the community? We grow rubber trees and oolong tea. These are the two plants we grow 30 years ago. And then we tested and grew some more plants. And we thought that we should give a chance for tourists to access our area with many events, sports events, music events, as well as in the farm we have restaurants, Thai restaurant, European restaurants, and in the evening we have bar beer for people to enjoy nature. Overall, we have green area of over 5,000 rai, and the rest was forest for conservation. So those who came to this area would think that it is the place where you can breathe in fresh air with the lowest carbon in Chiang Rai. The most recent event was marathon. People usually enjoy and explore nature in the marathon, right? We had a marathon in July. I myself joined in the marathon with my team. At first, I tried to speed up my running, but we found that there were lots of family groups. They enjoy the beautiful scenery without timing their running. So the executives thought that our activities should focus more on families so that families can spend time together in the area. Next year, we would like to have specific activities for family. So let's have an understanding that Sing Park started as the area for agriculture, but with a vast area for agriculture, how can we make the most of our area while conserving the environment? When you talk about marathon, let's talk to the base camp person. What is your inspiration for constructing the base camp? Base camp trail provision is in Chiang Mai.
When we established base camp, we started from, I used to do trail and jogging. And in the location of base camp trail hub is very close to the trail entrance, only 1 kilometer. So you can go for a short trail, about 5 kilometers. So whether you're an athlete, adult, family, or if you have pets, you can take them along. It's a family activity. It's an activity that you can do in Chiang Mai province. And our uniqueness for the trail in Chiang Mai, anybody can do it. What is the inspiration? Is it from yourself because you like trailing? Actually, inspiration comes from myself and my husband and our family. We like to do trailing, and we wanted to have a space where we can leave things, leave our belongings, ask about the route, which are the tracks and the trails. So the base camp at the moment, we have been established for more than 7 years. So you have received great feedbacks. Yes, we receive great feedbacks from Thai and international tourists. So I still have so many questions and many things I would need to know from all the speakers. Next, who has never seen Navigator? I don't think so. Maybe there are some because it comes so early. Yeah, so for early birds, I would like to know, you yourself has turned to low carbon tourists. How did it started? Why did you like this kind of tourists? I would probably say that when we were young, we had different preference, and for me, I like nature, I like environment, and I love watching environment documentary, and my parents likes to take me out for a lot of environment kind of. We didn't have money to go to department stores to buy toys, so the only thing I get to go is to Khao Din Zoo or up country. And my dad worked for the irrigation, so he took me to the places for his project site. So I absorbed those nature passion, and I like environment. And so when I have the opportunity to travel, so I started from sites that is not too far, and then gradually expand my horizon. And then I started the program called Navigator. So as a media, when we present content, we have to ensure that the things we are presenting is accurate. So it's like a mix between adventure and interesting knowledge.
The word conservation came afterward, or how did you know that you are one of the conservative tourists? They come all together. We cannot know that we are a conservative tourist, but once we can touch this, we want the pictures that we see to stay, to remain forever, or to restore all this to be in nature forever. So that would be the step of what we want to manage. How and what can we do? Of course, what we can do is a good example for other people. Does he look handsome from his speech? Yeah. I myself feel quite nervous that you are the moderator. Oh, I'm even melting. I'm not sure if you just look at his face or listen to what he said. What is interesting is the beginning of being a conservative tourist, that we don't have to ask where it's starting from when, but it is part of living life, especially Pitik. Since his childhood, the cultivation of passion for the environment is a great inspiration. So let's go back to TAT. TAT nowadays have to go through a lot of generations. What are the challenges that can pass on the knowledge of low carbon to ordinary people? And what projects have you done so far? As TAT is the organization promoting tourism. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the trend for conservative tourism or sustainable tourism is a big hit. When you do a quick search on Google about sustainable tourism destination, Thailand is not among those countries yet. They are among the countries in Europe. So this is the challenge for TAT. What should we do? As Kuntik mentioned, we need the media. We need to convey the content to create knowledge and understanding of this. When this challenge happens, TAT came up with the project. We signed the MOU with different branches of media to educate people and Thai people to know about this. It is actually easy to do. The behavior each day, we have to adjust, reduce, and compensate for the behavior, for the change of behavior. And we campaign for the standard, for some kinds of standard for tourism entrepreneurs by having SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, which are adapted from the goals, sustainable goals from UN. The entrepreneurs, once tourism entrepreneurs attend this program, they would be assessed on the level of promotion of sustainable tourism and reduction of low carbon with many KPIs. As you are tourists of TAT of Thailand, you should look for SDG to show that you participate in the conservation of resources for tourism. We also have the path for tourism in many paths that Pitik once visited, like 20 places for low carbon tourism, as Pitik did. As for culture or adventure tourism or health related tourism in 20 paths for tourism. We have come up with 20 tourism to meet the requirements nowadays. This can help, as Thailand is not equivalent to sustainable tourism. This can lift up Thailand to go even upper. Is it difficult? Because this is a new topic. When we talk about carbon credit or carbon footprint, people get confused. What does TAT do? It's actually not difficult, but it's not easy in terms of techniques. Carbon footprint, offset, there would be many technical terms. Don't worry about this. Just think about we have to use less plastic and we have to reuse plastic in everyday life. That means we have to change our behavior by reducing the use of something like the booth in front of these of GC. We have the commitment about what we can do, like tourism in the distance that is not too far away. We have many sky trains or carpools. These are the behavior that have been adjusted or changed. It's like the credit for making merit or making sins. The reduction of carbon for making merit. But for those who don't care, we would have the score for sins. That means that people have to care about and conserve the earth. When we talk about the reduction of carbon, this is the agenda because it has to do with the climate. It happens to everyone. There is no boundary of the fumes from Malaysia or Indonesia. The fumes from those countries will come to Thailand. So everyone has to work hand in hand to help with this in the reduction of carbon.
So it's very much like trying to simplify all the technical terms. So we're trying to say that today the world or global mission is to reduce carbon. But what is carbon? I mean, a lot of people probably try to question, but since you have just explained very easy, it's about the merit and sin. If you can help reduce carbon in your daily life, just simply maybe reduce plastic or work together in this event and donate all those recyclable materials. So eventually you will reduce your sin. So this is how we can help reduce carbon. So it's just understanding what it is. So this is what TAT is trying to build understanding, a very simplified understanding. I am trying to find people to understand with me. So since for Sing Park is such a vast space, how did it become a tourist attraction? And how come it doesn't become a challenge for you to look after such a big piece of land? Actually, it's very challenging because in this 800 rai, we have to look after the nature, we have to look after the neighborhood community. So what we did is we tried to create biodiversity in the nature. We have a lot of plants, we have fruit trees, we have flowers. So this attracts the tourists because they like the biodiversity. As for other challenges in the future would be the energy consumption. We are gradually trying to shift from to renewable energy. For example, if you go to Sing Park, you have like this car to take you for a farm tour, might be a tractor which use fossil fuel, but now we're gradually trying to shift to EV. We used to have ATV, Bucky, UTV, but we try to shift all this to EV. So regarding energy consumption, we started doing farm using fossil fuel pump, but now we try to use electric pumps. And many other products within the farm are planted in the farm. So instead of having the cost of buying those raw ingredients, we are using our own products to produce the food and the dishes in the park. So for example, the tea that we drink, Sing Park plant those trees, whether it's the Japanese tea or Chinese tea or Thai tea, which has become world-class beverage. So for this biodiversity and the business challenge, we try to diversify our business scope so that it would be inclusive and we are dependent in our own park.
อันนี้เป็นเพราะว่า
I have a question. Is it because you are a private sector that makes it easy for you to make a move when you want to change something? Is it the perspective of Sing Park? Partly, yes. The process of our thinking may not be so complicated. We have the pillars that we stick to. The concept of Sing Park is social enterprise. We have to make contributions to the society and we have to be independent. So for the projects, if they are the projects for contributions to the society can be done by ourselves, the management will give an approval immediately. So it's easy for the line of command. When we ask for a request of approval of the projects, this is part of the internal approval process. So even no matter how large the business is, we need money as a push for drive for the project. But the thing is, can we depend on ourselves? We don't look at the area, the size of the area, like the area for the base camp. Since it is for tourism, for tourists to relax and enjoy life, is there any other way to help inspire people to have passion for the environment? We have the base camp.
We have coffee place in the base camp, and the packaging that we use are biodegradable plastics. And so it has specific time and temperature to degrade. But when you talk about the merit and the sin, that's actually a very good example, because at first we thought of reducing our cost by using plain plastic, but then when we started to think about it, we felt really bad because all those plastic cups, we use it all every day, 100 customers, 100 glass use. So that is why we try to choose this degradable packaging. So in our area, if they bring their own water bottles or tumbler in, we have a promotion to reduce the price, and this is it's like an incentive, whether it's plastic paper straw, paper plates, and indirectly in our camp, this is a trail hub. We have restroom, we have shower room, and we don't charge them for that. So that is because we want people to exercise and they don't have to go back to their house to take a shower. So that's helps save the energy, the fuel. They can use the restroom and the showers that we have provided, and they can go directly to the office, or they can work in our space. So I think that stimulates them to exercise and reduce carbon indirectly as well. And another activity that we have like annually or twice a year is the marathons or the trailing. Of course it generates waste, but we have an activity that we collect waste in the trail around our coffee shop area. So we invite people to join the activity. The last time we had the activity, about 40 to 50 people participated, and if they collect more volume or they collect large waste, then they get price back. So it's kind of raise awareness, make them realize that whatever waste they generate during the activity, they have to take it all back. So Kun Kek, it might not be a quite appropriate question, but if environment is the trend, is that because it's the trend that you think you have to do? And you think that that will be the future for you to find income? Is that why you do the base income, or how did it all started? Actually, it started because I love jogging, I love trailing. And like Kun Tik has already mentioned that as a conservator in ourselves, if we do the trailing, we have to always remember the right practice. And business is another aspect as well. And it meets my desire because I wanted to complete the loop that, it's a province where you do trail, so we have to promote it. So this is trying to tell people that this is a rule and regulations, that if you want to do trail in the forest, in the woods, this is what you have to do. This is the best practice, and we are showing them what to do. So in the future, how are you planning the base camp?
In the future, I want the audience here, although you don't live in Chiang Mai, or no matter which trail you go to, if you come to Chiang Mai, I want to invite you to the trail, to our trail. If you want to have conservative tourism walking along the trail, I think that tourism in this way still has a bright future, and it supports sustainable tourism automatically. Pitik, once we travel with low carbon tourism, can you please talk about the starting point, which tells you that this is the tourism for low carbon tourism? I have gained a lot of things. I want to supplement what P. Cake just said. When we say that we want to explore nature and exercise, there would be a specific place. Actually, I myself enjoy the environment. I think that exercise in terms of journey, I want all the places in the capital and in upcountry for people to do exercise, even on the footpath. So the management of low carbon reduction can be reduced. So we have to flip back to the process. Of course, the process of my travel, I can enjoy the nature. I came up with many questions. I want all around me to happen. It's not that when we want to explore nature, when I want to see a lot of trees and forests, I have to travel to go to the natural place in national parks and others. Why don't we have everything around us to be natural and stay together with us? We talk about the end-to-end gas low carbon reduction. I want to trace back to the beginning when we start with setting out a journey to the end of our destination. In each process, we can be a conservationist with low carbon in all the process. Do I need more detail? Yeah, but I just want to know about your challenges as the private sector organization and businessmen, a small businessman. As Pitik is the representative of individuals, as you are a traveler, is it necessary for you to use this path? What are your challenges? What are you trying to convey to people about the challenges? When we talk about this topic, people may think that something in the documentary is too heavy, is too hard to explore. So I want to do something lighter to be like a variety program for people to gradually absorb the knowledge. It has nothing to do with the media of tourism, but all sectors, all organizations that are here today, including the cultivation of conservation, so that people would know more about this. So that's why I try to trace back to the educational system. What are your recommendations as a senior traveler to recommend to new travelers who wish to travel with low carbon? How should they get started? It's so easy. Nong Bai Tong, you can do it. Anyone can do it. But somebody might have forgotten something. For example, in the process of travel, you might forget some process. Some may have their own vehicles. Some may have their own cars. Did you check your car completely about the emission of carbon dioxide, including during your trip? You might forget that you travel from the capital city. There might be traffic jam and you have to start the engine all the time. And when you go to the petrol station, you may keep your engine on while the rest of people go out to do some shopping. All these little things can be helped. If you don't have very little children in the car, when you park the car, please stop the engine. Because if you make an observation, more than 50% of people in the petrol station would turn on their cars because they want to be in air-conditioned room. But if you stop the engine completely to do some shopping or to go to the restroom, it would take about 20 minutes. Everything is meaningful and it will consume energy. When we go to the beach, like Got Chang or Samui Island, we would take the ferry to cross using the boat. When we go to the ferry center, everyone has to park their cars and there would be seats for people to relax. But usually people would start the engine and be in their own cars. I myself always stop the engine and open the window and take a rest, take a nap for 20 minutes, for example. But around me is full of fumes. Actually, there are regulations already. However, people may or may not do it. In reality, people should follow the guidelines. It's not simply about campaign. It has to have a clear regulations with clear penalties. This can help people to learn to adjust themselves. And this should be set as the standard for natural conservation.
So this is just a start that we can all start from ourselves. It doesn't have to, we don't need to rely on organization or corporate. It's just ourselves. If we know that, I really like your suggestion. It's really common sense about turning off our engine. Sometimes it happens to us as well. We think that, oh, it's only, a little while, but short while, the definition is different for everybody. So we have to see whether it's really necessary that we have to turn on the engine, or choosing the transportation is very important. So anything that is possible, maybe we can shift to EV. If possible, then we should do it. Well, what do you think? Well, I think it depends on your preference. Even whether it's EV or not EV, there are ways that we can look after the environment. It depends on us. When we talk about, we have to have the conscious, that's true. But I think it has to go together. For example, in some countries, they try to teach students in schools everything in the classroom, how to eat, their living, or before they come to school, after they finish school, the teachers will tell them and not teaching them just academically, but how to live in harmony in the society, which is also very important as well. Because when we teach them, when they're young, then they'll grow up with the right mindset. And so for me, I have been brought up teaching and living with nature. So I like and I'm passionate about conservatives. It's like having a boyfriend. We want to really love them. Like everybody, your fan club, they want to love you, understand you, and look after you. And I love everybody as well. So all the audience now are smiling. So I would like maybe come back from TAT first. For low carbon tourism, why is it so important? When we talk about tourism, it doesn't necessarily have to be low carbon tourism. Every kind of tourism, every kind of journey, any relaxation trip, you can always make it low carbon. Just like Kun Tik mentioned, actually is in every activity we do. The journey that starts from the home until we reach the destination and come back home, we can help reduce carbon in every activity, and it's not difficult to do. And like a representative from Sing Park has mentioned, that it could be an activity within the family. So maybe we have to consider or think where we can contribute. Waste segregation, everybody can do that. Or turn off the engine in the gas station or when you park. That is very easy. So we all have to put in our effort, and it's not difficult. Everybody now that the world is getting hotter and hotter, is global warming, is global boiling, and we know the cause. When we say global warming, the sector that is really affected is tourism, because when the nature change, the temperature change, the environment is worsening, it really affects tourism. So during COVID, the tourism stopped for 2 years. The environment had a break and it wasn't disturbed, so it come back to its richness again. And now we can see how valuable it is. But when the world has changed and being disrupted, everything changed and it affects our daily life as well. And it's time that we all, and I mean everybody, have to realize this. Whether it's raising awareness in school, teaching in schools, or set up rules and regulations that everybody has to follow. And we need to realize and do it now, because if we don't do it now, the problem is here. And if we don't do anything, it's not just going to be global warming. People's life will be affected. In the future, how we can help mitigate those impacts. And the impact that are already happening, we have to compensate it maybe by doing reforestation. That will be solving the problems, but at the same time we have to mitigate and prevent by changing our behavior, everyone. So that is what I would like to ask all of you. It's your turn. It's you who can help reduce GHG emission. It's not just carbon, there's other substances as well. So you have to think which one you can contribute to reduce, and that would help promote a sustainable Thailand tourism. And can you please talk about your campaign? How can we join TAT campaign? So for TAT, okay, so when we talk about Sing Park, if you see STG, that means that Sing has environmental concern and they have an ecotourism in their management. Or they say when you go to the 20 low carbon traveling route, you will be able to calculate or determine that in each journey, in each route, what should you do to help reduce carbon emission. And all these informations is very educational and it's very informative. And you can get all this information on our website. Thank you very much.
The same question to Sing Park. Why do you think this is important? And why do people have to visit Sing Park? I would say that our concept is the agricultural farm for tourism. If we want to do it sustainably, in my opinion, we have to look back to agriculture. how can you make your agriculture sustainable and have the least impact on the environment? Sing has the agriculture according to the standard of the world. Some speakers talk about GAP. GAP is one of the standards for Thailand, but Sing goes even further. We have Asian GAP and JGAP, and the highest is global GAP. It's the standard well accepted by all the countries in the world. And we also have organic standard for the tea plant farm, for the tea farm. All these standards can help us manage the work to take care of the environment while doing agriculture successfully. If you wish to have agricultural tourism in line with the standard, the result will be beautiful, and it shows that it is managed with carefulness, and those who visit would be impressed. Sometimes when we have activities related to sports like marathon, community will go there on ordinary days, but the bananas that we give away to people is in line with the global gap. It's the standard of the global. It has more meaning than the bananas coming from our farm. We would like to pass on this idea to other people who would like to adopt the idea of agricultural tourism for Thailand to develop agricultural tourism in a sustainable manner that can be done successfully. This is the concept which is all true because Thailand is an agricultural country. If we keep working on this, the best way is to create sustainability for our own selves. I like this idea of passing on this idea to other people. What about you, PK? Can you please tell Gen S about how this is important?
So I would like all Generation S and the audience watching on the live streaming realize that whenever we buy anything home, for example, buying food, I'm starting small here, take your own container. At least you reduce the single-use plastic. Or when you go to a coffee shop, a lot of people drink, and now everybody drinks coffee. Take a tumbler. In Starbucks, you get a discount. And if you do that and show it to your family members, then they would follow it and make it that a habit within the family. The same when we go jogging or trailing, we don't carry plastic water bottles. We have our own bottles, so we don't increase the plastic waste. I want everybody to think how you can adjust and change slightly to make a difference. And so for our base camp trail hub is in Chiang Mai province. If you want to experiment or explore trailing, you can talk and get consultation from all our baristas there or joggers. And they won't run away while they're doing coffee, right? No. They will escort you and help you. So if you want to ask about the route or any information, please, you can ask any of our staff. They are all very knowledgeable about this. And as for Kun Tik, can you please leave the last message on how we can all become sustainable?
Participation in creating sustainability together in many ways. A lot. I usually talk about and look at the environment in a simple way. Don't make it too complicated. In every area that we live or we go, we would go back and look around to what extent, how much we care about everything around us, like the separation of the waste or the use of materials that can be recycled. It is one part. And another part is the agricultural land. now is the end of rainy season and the beginning of winter is about the season for tourism. There might be some hindrances in some areas because some areas may be the season for the dry season. There might be soon 0.5 dust pollution, the burning of agricultural land. So we have to talk more about the participation of the reduction of burning. How can we eliminate pesticide or how can we make people live in harmony with forest? This is interesting. But I myself, what I can do is communication in the way that is easy to understand so that people can see things that they might not have a chance to have access to the area that is too remote to travel to. Navigator would work on this. Previously, we ended our role in doing a TV program. But next year, Navigator will return. We'll be back. Peter, you would like us to watch Navigator and follow you, right? The concept of Navigator is to follow our path. This is the first place that you will promote the return of Navigator program, right? Please give a loud applause to all the speakers. Nature is calling for me. This is true. It's all true. I believe that everyone who is watching us on site and online would get a lot of inspiration about the answer for the trend for low carbon tourism. Don't make it a trend. We should make it an ordinary thing in our ordinary life because it's all about merit and sin. It has to be supported by us and we need to create sustainability through tourism. No matter which level you are entrepreneurs, the tourism may be green tourism, adventure tourists, or natural tourists. You can create the trend for low carbon tourism. Please give a loud applause to all the 4 speakers. The director of TAT, Kun Jirawadi Punsap, the managing director of Sing Park Chiang Rai Jamkat, Kun Chawan Kongsap, the base camp owner, Kun Wadipak Powell, and the tourism influencer for the environment, and the owner of Navigator program, Kun Tik Jesadaporn Pondi. Please give a loud applause to all the 4 speakers. Thank you so much. What do you think? Can you please give a loud applause to all of the speakers again? Without this inspiration, it would be difficult. Thank you once again. Excellent. I believe that all the audience who become Gen S with us, we can make a change to some extent in terms of sustainability. The overall picture of the 2-day event from this morning, there were many young talented singers with the seminar on the concept of everyday sustainability. Sustainability is even something closer to us than we imagined. We met all the experts in terms of eating, living, and tourism. All these aspects are part of our ways of living. The word sustainability is not that difficult. We do hope that our journey for the 2 days would create some inspiration for all of you. It might be a small light that would lead to a change for the country, for the future of our descendants, to have the best future, the best environment, to breathe in fresh air. Thank you so much and goodbye.